What's up, guys? All right, chat's working. Darren says, no, that's me.
We're all a little psycho.
Ooh. What's up, guys? Say hi in the chat. Let us know you're with us. Drop us some all capital letters. Some exciting emojis.
All caps.
See what you got.
Let Jake know if you hate running as well.
I love that shirt. Great.
So many conversation pieces in your closet, man.
You have
Yeah,
no
do
idea.
you only buy humorous t-shirts, right?
That's
Do you
it.
have any blank t-shirts?
Yeah, I got some blank ones. Yeah, I do.
You
I do.
should print something on them.
But they're only there. Yeah, they're only blank until I print something on them.
Rob, did you just crack a beer while you're talking to him?
It's a kombucha.
Oh.
Just to clarify. Go get the kombucha
Jeez.
energy going.
Hey, it's after 5 there, Rob. You're good.
Caleb,
Yeah, small amount of alcohol, right?
Caleb, you'll be happy to know my wife's brewing a new batch for the first
Oh, dude.
Is she
I
gonna
need
give-
to try that.
Will she give me some?
100%, dude.
Oh, I'm so excited. You guys don't know. Dan's wife makes killer kombucha. It's extra strong too, for
I
sure.
was gonna say, is that the workaround?
It's Dan's.
Instead of drinking alcohol, just drink really
Cool.
strong kombucha.
Exactly. All the bottles are right at their max PSI. So
We created a really great album once, and we were living off that kombucha. Oh, it was so good.
yeah, and
That's Dan's secret way of getting a little sauced
yeah,
without saying he's getting.
Dane doesn't drink.
Yeah.
once upon a time, our mix engineer, this was years ago, our mix engineer at the time, speaking of Israel, was
Yeah.
sitting on the back couch, and my wife came down with a couple of fresh kombuchas, and it happened to be really sugary. And the more sugary they are, like the more powerful they are, if you know. And he opened that thing, and it literally emptied the fizz completely emptied the entire bottle across my studio and nearly landed on all of my gear, but it fell just short. And he looks at his bottle, and there's like maybe this much left. So
Dan has his mouth open.
Powerful stuff. That's what I'm saying.
it was fun.
We're always talking about some sort of food on these webinars, it feels like.
Mm,
And what was it day one?
bacon.
Bacon, of course.
Mhm.
Of course it was bacon. What was day two?
We don't plan that. We're just very hungry.
What was what was day two? When we talk about
I think it was bacon again.
No, day one we didn't talk about food. Day one we spoke about humpback whales.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it was,
I guess that's food.
Yeah, you don't eat
Technic-
humpback whale?
We did a solid 10 minutes on humpback whales.
Hot sauce. Oh yeah, we forgot hot
hot
sauce.
sauce,
That was
so that
another.
is food. That is food.
Whale
Mm.
flank.
Last time we were talking about barbecues because we were still in Austin. That's what
Oh,
we were
right.
talking about
Oh yeah.
Right.
Terry.
Mhm.
Terry had his way with me. Terry Blacks.
Ugh, bacon kombucha.
Oof. I don't know about that. That's true, Mariana. Brazilian barbecue, pretty good stuff.
Mm.
Frida says,
Thanks, Allie. Keto
made-
Allie.
We're just waiting a couple more minutes, guys, for people to kind of trickle in, and then we'll get to the good stuff here. All right.
Kansas City barbecue's better. Yeah, I've had Kansas City barbecue. It's very good.
Also, guys, just a reminder to make sure your chat settings are set to everyone.
It's always for me. It's a reminder.
Unless you don't want to talk to everyone, we won't force you.
We won't force you. No, we won't force you. But I get I get these host and panelist little DMs. They're like, what kind of DAW is everybody using? Woo! Follow me on Instagram. And it's just like the three of us.
It's to us five.
Like,
Yeah, I do that. I'm like, drop a fire emoji for Jake, and it's like to Jake.
And then I just pop a little fire emoji in there.
Yeah.
Pork Soda. Yep. It's a good
Ooh.
album.
Amazing album. There's been there was a Primates reference last challenge.
Yeah.
There was?
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. There was a Primus reference though.
I think
Maybe it was My Name is Mud. Something
Name
to
is
do with Mud.
Yeah,
And then someone said My Name is Mud.
that's right.
My name is
Seas of Cheese, very good album also. Takes me back to high school.
I want Dan Holmes's diffuser to be taken off and sent to me for free.
You made that yourself, right, Dane?
Yeah, it was a dark week.
It took you forever, if I remember right.
It took forever. It was my first and only. It's a one and done. If you ever want to make a diffuser, you'll probably, unless you're just more handy than me. I'm not the handiest person of all. But yeah, that took some time. We actually have a time lapse of me like gluing all the pieces
That's true.
on our Instagram. Caleb.
Yeah, guys, I saw a couple questions here. Replays will be posted in the school community under the classroom tab within 24 hours. All right, for most of you, or I don't know if it's mostly, it's probably for most of you, they're going to be available till Wednesday, November 23rd, unless you sign up for VIP. All right, then you get them forever.
Just to clarify for the VIPs too, the VIP session for this month hasn't happened yet. That will be Friday. And then you'll have access to that in the school classroom. But if you look in the school classroom now, there will be VIP sessions from prior months. You'll get access to this month's once it's available. Just clear up because I got a couple of messages about that.
Yeah, it's Friday. In case VIPs haven't seen it, it's Friday at the same time, and it's in school in the calendar section. You'll get an email. We'll probably send an email tomorrow, and if you can't find it, let us know. But you'll get an email with a private Zoom link.
Yep.
So that also often causes some confusion because sometimes it hits spam or you can't find the email, whatever. So just let us know if you're having any trouble on the day. Just message Jake or.
Are we still letting people
Caleb.
sign up for that? Is that still available?
If people are asking, I mean, it's.
I guess they'll have that post pinned in the school group.
Or a
Yeah,
VIP?
Yeah.
Nice.
I just saw a couple of people asking. Yeah, you can sign up. Just go into the school. It's one of the pinned posts on the school platform.
Yeah, I'll paste it here too.
We'll do a full mix, front start to finish on that day, so it's a lot of fun.
That's a marathon day.
Yep.
We get a little loosey goosey on that day.
Yeah.
BYOB.
Might need to crack some beers for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Usually go about 6 hours.
Some kombucha.
Beer. Does Dylan talk?
Kind of last minute get my Rob instructions handled over here. Rob's got me working behind the scenes, guys. Sorry. Tune in a minute.
Sorry to distract you.
If you zoom out, Rob has Dylan at gunpoint.
I guess I can add one thing about the diffuser that Dane built. This is the first time he's told me that it was actually difficult. All I remember is him trying to convince me to build it myself. So
well, there you go. Cat's out of the bag. It wasn't difficult to build. It was just lengthy to sand. I got really neurotic about sanding every piece because I got like really splintery wood. And so, yeah, it was, you just
That's rough.
Spend the money, people.
That's rough. Just buy one.
We have a chat that says, "What did I miss yesterday?" So, Jake, do you mind just running through everything again?
Yeah. Stop it.
Once more, real quick.
No, stop it.
We'll be with you in 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, check out the replay.
Watch those replays though. Feel free to go back and replay. We worked on volume mixing yesterday.
Yeah.
Did everyone enjoy volume mixing? Did everyone do their homework? I saw lots of people posting.
Yeah, give us a 1. Give us a 1 in the chat if you did your homework. You.
Wow. Good job.
That's pretty good.
Half of you are lying, but
Ha.
the dog ate my homework.
Dog ate it.
No, you did it.
DAWG.
Don't reveal. I like homework. You were that kid in school, weren't you?
Mm-mm.
Teacher,
Dog
what
ate my
about the homework?
Dog ate my
Are you gonna collect assignments this morning? Remember when you didn't do it and someone reminds the teacher to collect it?
Ugh.
But it doesn't feel like homework when you're having fun, right?
That's right.
Such a teacher thing to
I
say.
see some people asking how to get into school. Is there a way to drop a link to just have people click on it and be able to join?
Yeah, actually, I can do that.
Put a 1 in chat if you've struggled getting into the school community.
I'll drop a chat. Join.
Beat you to it. Oh, damn it. I sent it to hosts and panelists.
Oh, sorry. Done.
Done.
Click the first one.
We can see who.
Where you can
I'll get
watch the
commissions.
replay. This is where you can watch the replays and interact with everyone else in the community and everything like that. There's no reason not to go on there. There's nothing sketchy about that place. It's just good stuff.
That makes it sound so sketchy.
Yeah, I had no worries.
There's nothing
about it until
sketchy.
Jeez. It's really simple. It's social security card, first name, last name.
Give us your credit card number.
Sign
His
up.
maiden name.
Copy of birth certificate.
I meant it's like it's easy to just join. You don't have to like really do much.
All right. I think we're good.
Cool. Should we get going or should we wait a couple more minutes? People are still trickling in.
It's quarter after.
Okay.
Yeah, they can just crack on. They can
You guys ready? Everyone ready?
join late if they're late.
Right. Yep. Go, 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 go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's go. We got ready. Ready, steady. Sweet. There it is.
All right, everybody. Fix the Mix Challenge Day 3. We're officially going to jump in now. I'm excited. Day 3 is a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed Day 2, and I hope you had fun doing your volume-only mixing. Here's what you should have accomplished yesterday. We wanted you to save an alternate of your the mix you were working on, your project, and start over, right? We just want to start from scratch because we want to practice the process and have you see the power of volume-only mixing. Remove all processing plugins, bring all your faders down to negative infinity. Hopefully you gain staged it properly based upon what we talked about yesterday, and then prepped, edited, and volume balanced your session to the best of your ability. Using only volume and panning, and of course we allowed you to use Vocal Writer as well, because that's pretty much just volume. So hopefully that was cool, and I hope you went into that and got a lot, got some insights out of that. I hope you're able to envision kind of this 3D space in front of you. That's really what you're mixing for. You're creating this immersive experience for people, and we do the majority of that heavy lifting to create that space with volume. And I hope you see the power of that. Really, the takeaways you should have had from yesterday is just that, the power of volume. And I think it's easy for people to just hop in a session, start mixing up the process together, right? So we're doing some volume, but we're also EQing, we're also compressing. And the problem with that is that we're not compartmentalizing the process. And so it's much easier to get down rabbit holes and distract ourselves and then start losing focus. Our ears get fatigued. We lose perspective. We lose objectivity. So it's important to compartmentalize the volume part, the editing part, the session prep, and then we're going to get into the rest of it. And like we talked about yesterday, that has to do a lot with the power of intention. this process allows us to be a lot more intentional with everything we're doing, right? Yesterday, the whole focus was, okay, let's paint in this space, right? Let's put things more distant or closer, or we're going to use frequencies to build the height dimension. We're going to put things in the pan for stereo. But Jake was also taking notes and saying, okay, this can't be solved with volume. We're intentionally working, but here's what can't be solved with volume today. I'm going to save that for tomorrow, which is now today, which means today we can go in and we can know exactly and have a roadmap for exactly everything we need to do to accomplish the rest of our mix, instead of just guessing and again doing everything at once and kind of going down those rabbit holes. I hope you see the power of compartmentalizing those two and separating them, because it's a mindset thing. And what will happen is it will speed up your whole process. It'll actually make you much faster. And speed is everything, like I said, when it comes to this. The ability to work with more efficiency and precision keeps the ability for you to have fresh ears while you're working the whole time, maintaining objectivity. Your ears aren't burning out. And I strongly believe the path from getting from the 80% kind of intermediate plateau to 100% is really just the repetitious practice and intentional processes that give you more speed and precision and efficiency in your work. That's there's no secret. That's what it is. So if you want to go from 80 to 100, that's the stuff you have to work on. All right, moving on from day 2. Hope you all enjoyed that, but it's time to get a little bit more technical. Yesterday is pretty straightforward, but now we got to get a little more tactical. We're working on the 20%. It's 20% because that's how our mindset should be about it. We shouldn't overdo these processes, but these are technical processes. They're a little more difficult, and so we're really going to have to dive in today. We're probably going to go pretty long on our session today. I expect it to be somewhere between 3 and 4 hours, and I hope that's okay, because we just really want to give you as much information about how to do all these processes the right way and be effective with EQ, compression, and dynamics, and the spatial processing that we're going to talk about today. So the first thing we're going to focus on today is how and when to apply EQ. We made notes, hopefully, yesterday of some places. We'll hear others. But what's the goal with this? We've already painted things in a picture of EQ in a way, right? Like we talked about yesterday, there are certain frequencies that are encompassed in every instrument that we use, like volume faders. We've put those across our spectrum. So when we're applying EQ today, what we're really focusing on, if you think about it, is just the space in between where those are conflicting. And we need to understand when and why those happen and address those properly. And we'll get into that in the demo. And then also the same thing with compression, when and why to use that. And to be really straightforward and upfront, Jake has already done all the EQ and compression for this project beforehand, because that would make today too long if he had to do all that today. But he is going to walk you through every move that he made with EQ and compression. He's going to show you what he did and why he did it, and be really straightforward. So you won't miss anything. He's just already done the work so that we could just work within a certain time frame today. Because the thing we're going to really focus on today is actually spatial processing.
Yeah, that's for Mariana. She keeps asking about reverb and spatial processing.
Yep. Yeah, there's a reason we're focusing on spatial processing a little bit more today than EQ and compression. We'll still go into that a ton. But I feel like when I hear amateur mixes, or when I hear people are really struggling, one of the big things is a poor use of spatial processing. It's either being underused or overused. It's just sounding washy. And I think it's really easy to start going in and throwing reverb on everything and delay on everything to make things sound better, but it's just not the way to go forward. So we're going to show you a really precise and consistent way to use reverbs and delays and spatial processing, so that this never has to be guesswork again. You can have a real good methodology when you go into this part and just do this like we're going to show you what the pros are doing to get that really expensive sound that you hear on the top 40 charts. So we'll go into that a little bit more in depth today. But let's talk about first, let's just dive in really quickly into EQ. There is a mindset I want you to take away as you're watching Jake work today. I want you to think about this concept. And it is the principle that audio is greater than the sum of its parts. When Jake is working today with EQ, most of the time he's going to be thinking of it in a global sense. which means he's going to be stepping back and thinking of the track as a whole, or many tracks or many parts as a whole of the track, as opposed to local, which is like just a single track editing it. So let's talk about when you work on a global sense and when you work on a local sense. Most of the time we're going to work on a global sense, and I'll talk about that in a second. The times you'd work in a local sense are if you have resonant frequencies or something that's just blaringly a problem with a single track, you'd want to go in there and fix that stuff. So that's totally fine. And also there's other times where if there's like the main focus of the track, usually a lead vocal or a solo part, you want that to be focused on in a local sense, meaning you want that to sound good on its own, in and of itself. And so you can kind of zoom in and just make sure that everything's sounding good there. But the rest of it will be done in a global sense. And what I mean is we need to be thinking about the interactions that are happening between the instruments, not the instruments themselves. And there was an example of this yesterday. I said, remember the time, remember for today, the clap, right? I said, remember the clap. Because Jake was working on one of the claps, and I saw a lot of comments that people were saying, oh, that sounds thin. But what I didn't realize is that there was another clap there, right? And when you put those two together, it sounded just right. And this is a concept we really need to take into account to be a lot more aggressive with than you think, in that there's this thing that happens with audio. It's this psychoacoustic kind of phenomenon that happens when you're listening to a bunch of different tracks together. They don't need to sound good in and of themselves. They just need to sound good in context. So imagine you had a couple of synths and maybe a guitar, and they're all sitting maybe like in the mid-range. Let's just an example. They're sitting in the mid-range, maybe from like 300 hertz up to like 3K, right? They're all kind of sitting in that area. Someone who doesn't know better might go in and think they need to make each of those individual tracks sound perfect, right? But that's not the point. The point is how they sound together. And what happens is, say, for example, you took just 300 hertz to 600 hertz of one of the synths, because that's like the beautiful part of that synth, and maybe 600 hertz to 1K of one of the synths, and all you had for your guitars was like 1 to 3K. That would sound really weird on their own, right? But when you put them together, what psychoacoustically happens to the listener is they all sound as if they're complete. Those ranges are being taken care of by similar tones. And so you actually hear the guitar as a full-ranged guitar, even though it's heavily cut to only be in certain frequencies. Does that make sense to everybody? And I think one of the big concepts you'll take away from today is most people aren't aggressive enough with this concept. Your cuts with EQ can actually be a lot greater than you think when it comes to this way of thinking about putting all the tracks together. And Jake's going to demonstrate this a little bit more, but this is something we're going to focus on, because what this does is it clears up energy. There's a finite amount of energy that we have or can exist within a certain track. And if you're wasting that with overlap, unnecessary overlap, then you're not going to be able to get your track as loud. It's not going to sound as good. You'll have muddy problems. There's going to be things competing. We already know about masking and competing, but it's more than that. It's about energy. And when you get to the mastering phase, right, because we're thinking with an end in mind perspective now, these are the types of things that will actually hold you back from being able to get your stuff really loud and sounding like really forward and just sounding great and still being dynamic. So we'll demonstrate that today, but be thinking of global EQ moves most of the time. And then we'll talk a few times also about when to use more local EQ moves. The other thing we're going to be talking about a lot today is the power of the clipper. I don't know if any of you know Jake Codeweiss's work, but he is a master of clippers. He uses them a lot. And I think it's not a tool that a lot of people understand how to use or know how to use. And he's actually taught me a whole lot about using clippers. And I think he makes some great points about how we can use clippers more and limiters more instead of compressors a lot of the time. So you're going to kind of get a master class in that today, and I want you to notice what he does with that. But I also want to give you some perspective about why and when he uses different kinds of clippers as opposed to compressors. Typically, he'll use a clipper or limiter when in those moments where he's just controlling dynamics. Right? He's got to tame some transient peaks. He's got to control some dynamics. He doesn't reach for a compressor most of the time there. He reaches for a clipper or limiter. And simply it's just because it's faster at doing the job. It gets there a lot quicker. It's really clean. It's usually like one knob and you're there and it does the trick. Whereas he'll use a compressor if a lot of times if he's expanding dynamics, like adding punch to a snare or kick or something like that, or if there's a little bit more of a nuanced task at hand and he needs like the features of ratio and all these different things to just kind of pull something off. But most of the time, you'll see that he uses clippers and limiters where a lot of people would use compressors, and you'll hear how kind of amazing it can make things sound. It's really a clean sound. So that'll be a fun little masterclass for everyone. Any thoughts on that, Jake?
No, I'm going to show you guys just basically both, clipping and limiting. I started this mix off, and you're going to see this in a few minutes, but I started this mix off with just limiters, and then we're going to switch back and forth between limiting and clipping just so we can A/B kind of the sound and talk a little bit about the characteristics and what scenarios you might use either.
Yeah, that's right. And, we've done a lot of, and hopefully already tamed a lot of the dynamics by the volume automation and the principles that we talked about yesterday. So a lot of this will be able to be done in, a pretty light manner. We won't have to do a ton to get it to where we want to go. And you'll see that they're not having to work very hard, which will be a big takeaway from what we talked about yesterday. So that'll be fun. But mostly we're going to talk about spatial processing and answer the question, why is it so hard to get right? Does anyone struggle with spatial processing? Am I the only one? It can be tricky, right? But it really makes or breaks a mix. So let's talk about why it's so hard to get right. Well, first off, I think it's often used to cover up problems, if we're being honest. I think what happens a lot of times is people get into a mix and they hear things that they don't like, and instead of having the technical understanding of how to just solve those problems, they go, I'll just put some reverb on there, because reverb tends to kind of like beautify things and it blurs it together, and it kind of takes the edge off, right? But the problem with that is if you're doing that too much, then you get to the end and it just kind of sounds amateurish and washed out and stuff like that. So we can't have the mindset of solving or covering up problems with reverb. And oftentimes what that does is it causes us to use them too aggressively. So that kind of ties in with number one. And also, I hear a lot of times reverbs and delays that just aren't consistent with the emotional scene. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, this is something I like to think about, but I think there are certain emotions that come with certain spaces. And I'm not sure we're even aware of it all the time. But think about it this way. If you were blindfolded, wouldn't you be able to hear and know and have even a connection with certain spaces that you're in? Wouldn't you recognize like your house, your living room, your bedroom, being outside, being in a tunnel, being in a cave? There's certain feelings that come with that. We use our eyes a lot, but I think we're much more connected to the acoustics of the spaces that we're in than we realize. I think being sometimes in bad acoustic environments can cause anxiety. Certain spaces make us feel like being in a cathedral or something like that can make us feel a sense of peace or different things like that. So I think there's this psychoacoustic or this acoustic connection we're having with our environment all the time that we don't always realize, but it's a tool that we can use as we're painting emotion in the mixes that we're doing, and even in our productions too, to tap into certain spaces that are really consistent with the emotion that we're trying to express. And if you can really hone in on that as an engineer, that's like some next level stuff. So be thinking about the space you actually want to create, and think about the iconic songs that have come out in history that just have that incredible delay or snare that just creates the whole vibe for the track. This reverb on a certain instrument that just creates a total vibe that's iconic. That's the kind of stuff that's next level. So we're going to keep that in mind too. But the real thing we're going to focus on, and I think this is the problem with a lot of spatial processing for most people, is it's either not diverse enough or too diverse. Have you ever thought about diversity of reverbs and delays and how those should be constructed? What I mean is a lot of people maybe just use one or two types of space on their whole track. I think you run the risk at that point of everything kind of just sounding the same and the listener's ear getting a little bit bored. the human ear likes diversity. So if you have too much of one thing, you can kind of get bored with that. And so what we're going to talk about today is creating diversity through spaces so that it's keeping the ear engaged. But we're not doing it too much, because at some point it just starts to sound frenetic. And unless that's what you're going for, unless you're trying to create a frenetic song, that probably wouldn't be a good thing. And so what we're going to focus on is the sweet spot of just diverse enough, not too diverse. And we've landed upon this spot that's just time tested. This is something that really works. It's enough to keep the listener's ear engaged, but not too much that it's frenetic or something like that. So most of this stuff is just much better done in the demo. Hopefully that gives you some mindset or some things to start thinking about, as some perspective as Jake's working today that you can kind of tap into. I know Jake actually needs a couple minutes to get set up here with his session. So I've actually had a couple people been asking about the program that we have at mastering.com. So we have a program called the Reverse Engineer. And some of you have been asking about it. So I just wanted to take a couple minutes while Jake's getting set up here to tell you a little bit about that. And I want to talk about first, I threw some slides together for this, but why do we do this challenge? First and foremost, we really want to bring a ton of value to our communities. We advertise this to our email lists and our communities, and we like to partner with, our great partner this time, for example, Waves, and have people come in and just do a challenge. And it's a lot of fun, and it's free for you. You can just come and we can hang out and hopefully all be a little bit better from it, right? We want to give back. And I think all of us in this company have seen and experienced the darker side of the music industry and music education, where people are secretive about their process and they're not being helpful, and we just all hate that part. And we think that music's a beautiful thing. We should all be helping each other, and so we just really want to bring a ton of value and just provide something that helps people, and to for all the people that are feeling a little bit lost, a place where they can go and a community that they can be a part of. But we're also we do these challenges, and we found we want to find people who are a great fit for the flagship program, the Reverse Engineer. That's part of something that comes with these, is that certain people are a great fit. And I want you to notice the language of this. We're looking for people who are a great fit for our flagship program. That means that the program is not for everybody. That's why we're not just like aggressively selling it or something like that. It has to be something that's a good fit for people. So I want to take a second to talk about the types of people who would be a good fit for the Reverse Engineer if it's something you want to consider. The Reverse Engineer, I think, is for a couple of different avatars. First off, it's definitely for the advanced engineer who wants to come in, who understands our methodologies already, the stuff that we're teaching. You've resonated with it a ton over the last couple of days. You know what we're doing, and you know that we're doing the right stuff. And I have a lot of people that have been in the industry 10 or 20, 30 years, already have careers in this, and they'll come in and they're just sharpening their tools, right? And one of the things you find with those people is this timeless kind of wisdom that, if you ever stop learning, if you ever think you've arrived, you start moving backwards. So all these people that come in, I say, man, I've had people that have worked with Grammy winners and won Grammys and just like have like incredible careers. And I say, like, why are you coming to learn? They say, if I stop learning, I stop progressing. So for those of you who like what we're doing, who are advanced, you would be very welcome to come do the Reverse Engineer. I think it's also for the intermediate engineer and producer, people who have been kind of in the washing machine of YouTube University and cheap online courses and stuff like that get you a little bit of progress, but never seem to really get you to that kind of industry standard Grammy level thing that you're looking for, and that you feel really held back and frustrated. You're hitting this, we've talked about it before, intermediate plateau. If you feel like you've kind of hit that and you're looking to go from that like 80 to 100, this is a perfect place to do it, because we have the exact right approach to help you get the instincts that are going to be required for you to speed up your process and actually go from 80 to 100. This will be the refiner's fire for that, and it won't be just stuff that spits you out in a machine wash like everything else. It's stuff that will actually move the needle. It might not be a good fit for maybe someone who's a total beginner. Though I will say I've had beginners come into this and do really well. I think one of the things you have to keep in mind if you're a beginner is I think what it boils down to is like passion and work ethic. So if you're really hungry and you want to come, and we'll probably have you do some supplemental education actually before you even start the program. We're going to get you up to speed and we can help you with that, but you're just going to need to be really hungry and really motivated and have really good work ethic, because there's a lot for you to do. Now, I get jealous of those people sometimes, because if you really had that kind of go-get-ive attitude and you came in and did this, you'd be just light years ahead of having to spend 5 or 10 years getting frustrated before you do something like this. So if you find yourself in that camp, we could talk to, and that might be a good fit for you. So we have this thing, the reverse engineer. What is it? Where did it come from? Well, it didn't just come from the ether. It's actually quite well crafted, and it's come from a lot of experience. You know, we've been kind of in this space teaching people, the modern producer anyway, longer than anyone. You know, we have a lot of people that have been teaching the old ways and the old studio, but that's kind of died out, and the more modern at-home or small studio producer is the way now. That's what everyone's doing, and there's just not a ton of great education for that. And so we got into this space quite a few years ago, and the reverse engineer is a product of everything we learned from our students pretty much over the last 10 years. We took it all and we said, what's really helping people? What's really moving the needle? How do we really help people in this space that seem to be a little bit undervalued? And we threw it all together, and we tried to write and create the biggest badass program that could exist, that could compete with any education that's out there for engineers and producers. And we feel like we've really nailed it. What's the methodology behind it? It's really going to be, and you probably have a drinking game for how many times I've said the word objectivity over the last 3 days, but it really boils down to that. There's not enough education for those deep skills and that technical skill and the left brain part in music education. Everyone's focusing on the quick fix and the tips and tricks. Everyone's focusing on the creative part, and that's all really, there's importance with all of that stuff, but it's not to be replaced by a lack of just hardcore good technical skill. And so we really focus on that part as our anchor, as our foundation, then expand upon it from there. So the first phase of what we take you through in our program is really the development of instincts. And this is, I've said this before, this is the thing that will take you from 80 to 100. It's not enough to just be able to know the tools. It's not enough even to just have a good ear. It all needs to come to something at some point to where you stop guessing and you know exactly why you're doing what you're doing in every moment, so that you can work with that speed and precision I've talked about. And this is going to go back to, and I talked about it on day one, helping you get your room really dialed in so you can trust your listening position, mastering great ear training, a deep dive into the tools. And all of this leads to this moment where you kind of cross this threshold and you go, wow, like I'm seeing in 3D, like I'm hearing in 4 dimensions, like I know how to control sound. I know what it's supposed to sound like. I know how to get there. And suddenly I have these instincts. And then it becomes really powerful. That's the foundation we should all have if we're going to move forward with this industry, in this industry. If you want to make world-class stuff, that's what you need. Because then what we can do is connect that to subjectivity, or we can connect the technical part to the creative part. Once you have that foundation, we can expand upon it. And what it happens to do is unlock subjectivity. It unlocks the creative part. And again, I've said this before, but the one thing I hear from students that I work with is, I have these great ideas in my head. I just can't get them to come out of the speaker the way that I'm hearing them. This is a disconnect between objectivity and subjectivity. It's a disconnect between the technical and the creative. I have great ideas. I'm creative. I'm sure most of you are that. How many of you felt frustrated, though, at some point where I can't make it sound right? When you have the objective foundation and those instincts, there's nothing that stops you. And so when you're in the creative moment, you're unstoppable. You get in that creative flow and you just go and you create the best music of your life. It's powerful stuff. And then phase 3 is leveraging your skill set. So we have a lot of people who come in with different goals to work with us, and we've helped people in all sorts of different career paths. We have artists who come in. We can help people grow their artist self, their artist profile. We have people that come in who want to be producers. We can help with that. We have people that come in as just want to be mix and mastering engineers. We have people that want to do licensing or sync. It doesn't matter what your goals are. When you have this foundation and you're really starting to be able to do world-class stuff, this is something we can highly leverage. And so we can help you on that path of reaching your goals, actually starting a business and actually making money at this. If you want to quit your day job and just do this, we've helped a lot of people do that. If it's a hobby and you just want the satisfaction of making great stuff, we can help you get there. Everyone has a different thing, so that's just something we have to work with you in a kind of a customized way, but it's something that we work with you on in our program. So a little bit more specifically, what is the reverse engineer? How does it work? It's a 1-year program that includes 28 weeks of immersive training. So we have some pre-recorded curriculum that you go through that's very intensive, 28 weeks. It's going to take you like 6 months of content to get through, but it's just the most high-level stuff that we could put together and formulate. And it walks you through this process of what we've been talking about, right? So we have 8 weeks of mastering, 8 weeks of mixing, and 8 weeks of production, which we're actually teaching you specific skills, but it's called the reverse engineer because we teach it to you in reverse. Why do we do that? Because mastering is the part that will teach you the objective, the room, the ears, the tools. We can expand upon that with mixing, and then we can unlock the creative part with production once we have that foundation. Well, what's really cool about this is, if you can imagine, when you get that technical foundation through that first 8 weeks of mastering, how much deeper we can go with you when it comes to mixing and production. We've actually surprised ourselves as we were creating this, just how much deeper we were able to go into those. Like, we know what exists out there and the curriculums that exist on this stuff. We're able to go to a completely different level because of the way we're teaching and because of the methodology, not because we're superheroes, but because this methodology of teaching in reverse works. We're able to go so much deeper into mixing and production when we go into those. And it's really, really cool. This is the stuff that moves the needles. We also get into business foundations training. And then included with all of this, we know that videos and assignments and all that kind of stuff isn't enough. It's important for repetitious practice and developing those instincts, but we also need to work with you one-on-one. And so we include in that full year, weekly one-on-one mentorship with myself, Jake, or Dane. And a lot of times all three. So we have actually 3 mentorship calls per week. You can get on all 3 of them if you want. And have that one-on-one time to really hone the skill, to get the questions answered you have, to get a review of the music, get critiques, and to just make sure that we get you where you want to go. Eventually we'll start working on your business plan and all that kind of stuff together. And this is live one-on-one stuff. It's my face, your DAW, screen share. We're going into all your techniques and what you're doing, and we're just refining. And if you think about it, if you've gotten a lot out of the last couple of days, imagine what we could do in a year. That's the exciting part, right? And none of this should overshadow the huge community we have also of like-minded musicians. So it's set up in the school platform, just like you are with the Fix the Mix. There's another school community that's just for the reverse engineer students. And we have hundreds of like-minded people in there who, I think the community that we've created is one of the most special things that's come out of this, because you have all these people who have this same vision, who are really trying to make it in this industry, but also just trying to help each other. And I have students that are just starting out, certainly, but also ones that have now gone on. They're working in the industry. They're working with Grammy winners. They're getting nominated for Emmys. We've had students recently that got nominated for an Emmy. We have students that are getting a full-time career. They've quit their job. They're doing this full-time. And so you have this wealth of information that you can tap into and just be a part of something that's really cool, kind of this revolution of movement in this space of people that are very serious. And I think our students in many ways are the leaders of this industry right now, and they're going out and the ones that are getting the jobs. So it's cool to be a part of that. It's not magic, but it's pretty magical. I like to say this because what I mean by this is this isn't going to be tips and tricks. This isn't going to be presets and templates. There's no magic wand. if you come do something like this, it's just we're working with the modern producer, but we're doing it in an old school way that we can't get around, which is you just have to put the time in, the work in. That's what we do. We just do it that way. We have to tap into work ethic, and it's not going to be a quick fix. But if that's what you're looking for, if you're actually looking for something that's a little deeper, a lot deeper, and you're ready to do that work, it's for you. It's not magic, but it's pretty magical. So here's what we're going to do. Here's the way this works. For those of you who are interested, we have a link that's dropping in chat right now. There's a link on the screen right now, mastering.com/TRE. The next step, if you're interested in learning about the reverse engineer more and seeing if it's a good fit for you, is following that link. What that will do is just book a call, a short call with one of us. It's not a sales call. We're not trying to talk you into anything. In fact, what we're trying to do is see if you're a good fit for this. And if it lines up and it makes sense for you to do, then we can move forward and show you how that works. But first thing we need to do, because our student success is the most important thing to us, is just make sure it's a good fit. I want to be just really straightforward. The cost of this program for the year, with the year mentorship and everything, is $5,800. So you'd want to have a little bit of capital to work with. But I think even more, the people we're looking for, and I talked about the avatars that we want to work with earlier, but I think what it's really about even more is that I know that there's certain people who have had this kind of voice in the back of their head for a while now, that it's time to take this a little bit more serious and to invest in themselves. We invest and blow money on so many things in this world, but oftentimes we don't invest in our dreams and the things that are really important to us. And I know music for most of you is one of the most important things that exists in your life. And I think even probably in the last couple of days as we've been talking, some of you have had that little voice in the back of your head that says, I like these guys, I like their methodology, maybe I could do this. Maybe I could do this. There's this glass ceiling of expectation, I think, or thought that we have for ourselves, of our limits. And there's sometimes these little voices that come to us and say, maybe I could break through that. Maybe it's not a limit. And oftentimes we shut those down and we don't listen to them. But if you've been feeling that, I want to encourage you to book a call with us right now and just talk to us about what you're feeling, because you might be a really great fit, and this might be the thing you've been looking for, and this could be an incredibly transformative experience for you over the next years. Don't dismiss that voice that tells you to be more than you think you can the rest of the time. And don't let the other voices that come in beat that voice down. Music's a beautiful thing, and if you have it in you, it's worth learning, finally, how to get it to come out of your head the way you hear it. We're also going to do something else. We just so happen to be aligning with Black Friday. So, talking to Rob and Michael, they're going to do a discount for anyone that's in this Fix the Mix challenge. We've actually done, we always usually do a pretty good discount for people who do this. But we're going to do a little extra special thing for Black Friday. So if you're in that range at all, if you have some money to work with, you definitely want to book a call and take advantage of that. And if it comes down to us needing to work out some sort of payment plan or something, you don't necessarily need to have that all up front. We can work with you. Mostly, money shouldn't be the issue here. If you're getting the calling, let's figure out a way for you to answer the call and finally do this. Yeah, book a call. We'd love to talk to you if you're getting that feeling. For the rest of you, it might not be a good time. We'll talk to you down the road. That's totally okay. It's not a pressure thing, but I know some of you need this and want this, and it's time to have a conversation with us. Michael, Rob, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, a couple quick notes for you guys. So obviously, if you've gotten value from the 3 days here, then, you know, if we get a chance to work with you for a year one-on-one and through a 28-week program, I mean, that's going to be transformative for you guys. To touch on what I touched on yesterday, which is what we're trying to do here is actually become a legit competitor in the education industry. So we've seen Full Sail and SAE and Berkeley and all of these schools that have failed to actually teach what people need to know to go and have success with their personal goals. And we were sitting around and we said, how can we do this cheaper? How can we do it more effectively? How can we do it where we're not focused on a piece of paper that you get at the end of your curriculum, but where you actually have the skill sets to go out and do what you need to do, whether you're an artist or producer or engineer. So the reverse engineer is, the product of a lot of blood, sweat, and tears from everybody here today. And so if you're on the fence, if you don't know, that's why we say book a call. Like we'll talk it through you. We're not going to push anybody into it that's a bad fit, because that's just going to not work for us either if you come in and have a bad experience. So if you're curious, we do have a really steep discount going on right now. We usually kind of like tease to book a call in order to figure out what the discount is. So if you're on the fence, we'll work with you financially if you need to as well. But again, just book a call, discuss it with us. If you enjoyed this, then you'll love the reverse engineer. And if you can't do it right now, that's no sweat. That's why we do this. I mean, that's why we have 3 days of just jam-packed values, so that you guys can walk away. You haven't paid, a penny, and hopefully you guys took an amazing amount of value away from it. But if you can do it, great. And you get to talk to me. So it'll be fun.
I love to talk to you, Michael. And
Yeah.
and that's a good point. Those programs that exist out there, I don't, I know what pretty much they're doing with those. And I don't want to speak, too poorly about any of education, because I think education is important. But what I find with a lot of that stuff is it's pretty antiquated and old, and it's not moving with the times for the modern producer, and it's way more expensive. And I've had so many people, I have a phone full of text messages from students who have reached out to me and said, I actually went to Berkeley. I went to conservatory. I spent $100,000. I spent $50,000. I've gotten more out of this in a month than I did there. So we know we're actually not just competing with those guys, but we're completely just demolishing that whole way of doing education and doing something completely different that's much more effective, and doing it at a much cheaper price point. So again, if you can pull that off, it's a bargain of a lifetime for sure. Rob?
Cool. Yeah. So I know people are keen to get to the demo as well. So there's a bunch of questions that I just wanted to run through really quickly. And then we can kind of crack on. So a few people have asked about payment plans. Already kind of addressed that. Again, just, book a call. We can talk about pricing. We can talk about payment plans, and all that kind of stuff. So we can figure something out there. How long did it take you guys to create the reverse engineer course? So I mean, I've been recording, mixing, producing for about 14 years now, which is probably not as long as a lot of people here. But I've also been teaching online for 7 of those years. So I've been doing this for a while, and it's taken 7 years of my time. I mean, if you look at collectively just at the team that we've got here, decades and decades of experience, there's nothing else like this out there. And the reason why there's nothing else like this is because it took 7 years to actually figure this out. And I've been trying to figure out the best ways to teach this. I didn't come up with a lot of these ideas. This is a collaborative effort. Just the whole framework around objective, subjective, working in reverse. It touches on stuff that I figured out earlier in my career that I didn't have language for. And it was just always so amorphous. It's I know I can think of specific moments where I had these huge breakthroughs, and I could never exactly figure out why I had those breakthroughs at certain moments. And this whole framework of getting the objective, getting the technical skills under your fingers, so that when you actually go to mixing and producing in a way that's creative, it's there, it's automatic. That's it. And there's no one else teaching it that way. So if that resonates with you, this is the only place you can learn that approach. So the short answer though is, it's taken a long time to get here for sure.
Yeah. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears.
How many hours each week? Caleb, do you want to address that quickly?
Is the question, how much time will it take per week to get through everything? I'm actually a big advocate of consistency over big, long days. So I would say commit to 45 minutes to an hour a day if that's what you can do. And just be really consistent with that. The reason I say that is because I've found that people doing big long days with this stuff, it's when you're training and learning these high precision things, your ears kind of give out after about that amount of time. So we've really structured it to be more like 45 minutes, an hour a day. at least to get through the curriculum, and then you'll want to get on some mentor calls for sure and engage in the community. So that's a little bit more time and practice. But yeah, it doesn't have to, like, we've built it to be flexible. So you can go at your own pace and build it around your schedule, which is really important because we have a lot of people that are working day jobs now who can't, just quit that and do a regular school program. So we built it around your schedule. You can build it around your schedule, and it shouldn't be something that has to like take over in terms of time. It's pretty flexible that way.
Yep. Okay. I'll just power through these. So are the courses / training pre-recorded videos and written materials, in this form Zoom meeting? So it's mostly kind of pre-recorded videos. Well, it's a combination of both. There's a lot of pre-recorded content, 28 weeks of training that is pre-recorded that you go through at your own pace. But then there are multiple live Zoom calls a week on top of that. I guess you could say they're optional if you wanted to focus on the pre-recorded, but really we require people to go to those because you get so much value out of those. And it's really a combination of the Zoom calls and the training and the community, those three together, that creates the kind of the transformation and the fast path to actually reaching that professional level. So we advise people to do all three and make time for it. Do you have any real world projects? Oh, go on.
No, I was just gonna say there's a reason why we have all three. We're doing that with a lot of history behind why we're doing it that way. You want to do all three. That's the recipe for success.
Do you have any real world projects? Yeah, so Dane just posted that. This isn't like a comprehensive list. It's just a new Spotify playlist we put together. So it's but you'll get like a rough idea from that. And we'll keep building it over time because people keep asking for this. Which door is this taught on? It's completely agnostic. We use Logic Pro mostly, but what we're teaching applies to any door because again, it's the objective. It's agnostic to the door. It's the fundamental principles. So it really doesn't matter what door you're using, and you'll be able to use any because you can just translate the actual skill set to any. It doesn't matter what tools you're using. It's the knowledge, it's the skill set. Can this experience be done every year or just this year? So it's a year out the gate. And then if you want to continue working with us, there's like other options there. And that's where we can go deeper and specialize into certain things. We have electives where we go deeper into certain areas. But for this, initially it's a 1 year commitment. When does the course start? Whenever you want to start. We don't have set start dates. Obviously right now we're running this discount until Black Friday, and that's to be clear, that's going to end at midnight on Black Friday. So until next Friday at midnight Eastern time. So a lot of people will obviously join before then, but you can join after that. You can start whenever you want. It's just that that's when the discount's till. If you care about your passion and really want to succeed, investing in yourself is the most important. How much? Oh, sorry. This is actually just a comment that someone's put with a question mark.
Thank you.
It's a good comment though. If you care about a passion, was this you, Michael?
No, yeah, it's not a question. That's just promoting us.
If it pays off,
do we want to tease the price at all, Rob? At all? Because I think it's quite a significant discount that we just have a book a call.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So I'll just tell you guys so you guys know what you're getting into. So $5,800 is the usual tuition, but what we're doing right now is $4,400 for Black Friday. And then there's a couple options.
Better than I thought.
Yeah, it's pretty
better than I thought.
Yeah, so for Black Friday, we wanted to go big and get as many people as we could. So it's $4,400. And then if you want payment plans and options and stuff like that, we can discuss that on the call. So again, if you're on the fence, the quickest way to get all your questions answered and see if it's the right fit is book a call. So I'll just keep spamming that link in there.
Berkeley give you Black Friday discount or what? Come on. Right? It's
dropping from 120 grand to 119.
Instead of 100,000, it's now 90,000. Congratulations! Yeah. You can learn to run an SSL console board and record a tape.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, this is a Black Friday thing. Like that's the best price we've ever sold it at. Like this is worth 5,800.
Oh yeah, this is like a Black Friday.
It's not like we're just saying it's 5,800, but we're actually discounting it. It's like no, this is Black Friday. Okay. If it pays off. So this was interesting. Someone said, if it pays off, why not? But the question is, does it pay off? There are so many audio engineers out there. So I actually want to say probably what the opposite you think I'm going to say. If you're doing this for money, probably not the right thing to do. If you're like, I'm not going to say to you, hey, join this 5,800, you'll make that back in a year, because that's obviously not the case. There are some people have done that, but yeah, that's not the case.
I have had a lot of
majority.
students do that, but it depends on so many other factors out of our control.
Exactly. So, I mean, if you really want to get like financial ROI, then music probably isn't the place to get it. We have a lot of people who join this who are just hobbyists. So this isn't just about like, hey, if you want to have a career as a mixing, mastering engineer or a producer, it's for those people. It's also for like artists who produce their own music. But we also have a lot of hobbyists who aren't necessarily interested in making a financial return from this. We have other programs, electives, additional kind of specialization course that go far deeper into the business side of things. Inside the reverse engineer, we get you going, we'll help you find your first few clients, but this isn't like, hey, 5,800 and you'll make it back and eat, and like nothing like that.
Rob, I did see a comment that said I made $2,000 taking Streaky's course, and if you made $2,000 making Streaky's course, then you will crush it in the reverse engineer. Streaky is my public enemy #1, so if you crushed with his program, you will absolutely kill it with our program.
And Rob needs to say that, because I think that's the right expectation to have. But the real truth is you can do anything you want to do. And I've had a lot of students that have had goals, and I take very seriously the goals that you set for yourself. And one of the first things I'm going to talk to you about when you come to this program is, what is it you want to do? And I take that very seriously. I'm going to write it down, and I'm going to remember you, and I'm going to remember your goal, and I'm going to do everything in my power to help you get there. Yes, you're going to have to put the work in. Yes, it's going to be elbow grease. But I've had plenty of students now who have quit their day jobs and are now doing this full time. I have plenty of students who have reached these goals. And so even though we have to just be honest that it takes work, and there's no guarantee on any of that stuff, this is something we take very seriously, and I will do everything in my power to help you get you where you want to go.
Awesome. Okay, we've got a few more. Are they group lessons? So the Zoom calls are group sessions, but it's kind of like hot seat style. So you'll get on, it'll be talking, not just like text, but like talking. So it's like one-on-one for as long as you need, and we can like open up doors like on either end, like whatever. So it's one-on-one, but in a group setting. What about current students?
Sorry, Rob. We do that because our students actually asked for it. So we do the one-on-one, but what we realize is there's so many golden nuggets that happen in a lot of those conversations that we have people that just get on and listen in. So even if you don't have a question, you can hop on and just listen into the one-on-one conversations to just try to get gold nuggets out of those opportunities. So it's really cool, actually. It's better than just one-on-one.
I mean, again, this is something that we've honed over a long time, like the actual model of teaching. Caleb is amazing at and has improved even more so since he started working on this. So it's a great system. What about current students? Yeah, so if you're in Hybrid Musician, Mastering Accelerator, that's why we normally don't talk about the discount on the call, because it depends if you're in some of our other programs. If you are, then there's like a different price. So just get on a call basically, and we'll look at like, okay, what past programs are you already in, and that kind of factors into the pricing. Cool. Did anyone else miss anything, or should we?
If you have more questions, book a call. Like we'll go over everything. Like booking a call doesn't mean you're doing the program. It means we're going to see if it's the right fit. We don't want to bring you on board if it's not going to be a good fit. So we'll go over everything, and if you feel extremely comfortable, then we could talk about bringing you on board. So don't sweat it. Like book a call. We'll all take good care of you. And if you have more questions, bring them to that call.
Yep. So it's just go on, Dane.
Yeah. So about the money thing, it's interesting. I think it's already been said that there's too many variables to give people any sort of guarantee. And we definitely don't do that in terms of like a ROI. But I'll just tell you from my personal experience, when I had mentorship before this program was built, it was just a mastering program. And just learning them, if we just took the mastering section alone, we've had plenty of people quit their jobs and pay it back. Right? Just doing mastering. And so like we're compounding years and years of people's expertise and experience on both sides, and kind of like it's like a collision of both worlds of mastering and kind of front end production. And for me personally, I mean, I paid back the mastering program, which was it was about $4,000.
Charged $4,000 for just the mastering.
Is like triple that. And I mean, I cry when I see this, because I paid $4,000 for just the mastering stuff. and like, but I'm happy to be on the other side you know, because it was like the fact that I'm in my position because of that, to be able to teach other people, it speaks way more. It's kind of removing the variable of your skill and your ability to make money from this. So if you want a chance and you want, because honestly, like, what is luck? Luck is opportunity meeting preparation, right? And you hear a lot about luck in the industry, and there's actually some major truths to that. But really, it's literally taking opportunity that comes your way with being like 100% prepared. And if you're I'll tell you right now, you will have opportunities that you won't be ready for. It's happened to me.
Yeah, that's the truth, right? That's the truth bomb right there. There's doors of opportunity coming for all of you who want to do this, and you just got to be ready for when they come, because they don't always come again. So
we are not here to sell you anything and to sugarcoat that this is going to make you into a Grammy winner. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to remove the variable of your skill to do this at a high level. And we just happen to be experienced in this industry, so we can speak to making money at it.
Help you with that side too.
Anyway.
Cool. I think we're good.
Well, thanks for letting us do our spiel. Appreciate it. And for the rest of you, just really thankful that you're here. It's been really fun. Thank you for all your comments in school and just being here and just everyone's positivity and helping each other. It's really cool. And now we're going to finally get to the demo. It's actually demo time now.
Yeah, thanks for bearing with us, guys. This is how I afford all my fancy clothes. We have to keep the lights on somehow. So.
Shut up.
$8 hoodie.
These hoodies aren't cheap, man.
Where's your polo today?
My $4 polo I was wearing yesterday from a thrift store. So
Yeah, and we'll have a couple breaks coming up during Jake's demo where you can book a call again. So no
yeah,
stress.
I'll keep posting a link for you guys.
But Jake, you ready to rock, man?
Yeah, dude, I was born ready. Let's do this thing. Are you guys ready? Or should we just call it for today? We'll shut it down. Show me some emojis.
The bacon emojis.
Show me some emojis.
Hot sauce ready.
Hot sauce ready.
Someone says, I love running. So there.
Uh-huh. All right. Look at all those super fun emojis. Super sexy. Can you guys see my screen? You see this okay? Yeah? Cool. I'm seeing some yeses. Cool. Awesome. Let's put together our agenda for today. Inside of the DAW. I know Caleb told you a little bit about what we're going to do. We're just going to do EQ and compression walkthrough. Basically, it's the session walkthrough, right? So what I've done to prepare for today, so I've done all the frequency and dynamics processing. Okay, so really that's how I'm gonna, right? Frequency and dynamics processing walkthrough. Number 2, we're going to talk about clipping versus limiting. Number 3, going to give you all the secrets. Going to give you all the secrets to spatial processing. Juan says, who does number 2 work for? Well done. Not everybody's going to get that. Perfect. Yeah, and we basically speak in movie quotes here. So if that's you, book a call.
Jake and I do. Yeah, we only do movie quotes.
Oh, cool. All right, cool cats. Frequencies and dynamics. You ready to see this? Let's check it out. Maybe we do just like a quick listen first. What do you think about that? Sound good, Caleb?
Let's see where you got it to.
Does that make sense? Maybe we'll just do a listen through of the intro through the chorus.
That's awesome.
Just wanted to make sure you're paying attention.
Sounds like
my nightmares.
if you're lacking high end, you can use that entire mix as like a parallel EQ.
There you go. just blend it in.
Yeah.
Right.
Listen
like
to a bunch of things disappear.
Like -40.
We were promised. Somebody says we were promised no more poopy mix. That's so funny. Somebody left. I saw the poopy mix and then somebody.
Oh yeah, they're gone.
I
almost left.
All right, guys. Check this out. Oh, so you guys can hear that though, right? So Charles says he can't hear the track audio. Is everybody else hearing it though? Okay. Okay, cool. It's a Charles problem. Cool. All right, guys. Let's do a walkthrough, and I'll show you what I did here. Here are the drums. Surprised?
Wow. It looks like you worked with a lot of intention.
Who's surprised by the processing that's going on the drums? Anybody surprised by that? Hit a 1. Give me a 1 if you're surprised. A bit. Lots of 1s.
Jake, I love how you talk in binary code now.
Yeah.
1 0 1 0.
0 1 1 1 0 0 0 1. Right. Didn't really need to do a lot, right? Working with intention here. And I'll just kind of walk you through some of the processing that went on. I used all Waves plugins and stock plugins. I think I only used one stock plugin, and that's the gain, just Logic's gain plugin, right? So check this out. Here's our kick bus. Took out some of the boxiness here, and I added just a high shelf to get that kick to kind of click through, right? Then I added this plugin from Waves called Smack. It's basically like slow attack compression, but it is a transient shaper, right? So all I did was reduce the high end on that snare. And guys, I know I see a couple of you saying like, hey, I preferred one version over the other, right? We talked about this yesterday too, right? I actually prefer in solo this kick the way it sounds without the Smack plugin, all right? But the reason I put it on there was because of how it sounds in context, right? It started to get lost in the context of everything else that was going on in the mix. Remember, I think we talked about this a little bit today too, right? Something can sound like not as good to you in solo. You might prefer something in solo, but what really matters, what really counts, what really is going to move the needle for you is how it sounds in context, right? There's a very intentional reason why I added a little bit of pokiness to that kick, right? So I just wanted to reiterate that, right? Context. That's the lesson.
I was gonna say salt tastes pretty gross, just like eating it, But if you like put it with some other stuff, it's okay.
Well put. These floor times, I'll walk you through these. We've got high pass happening here just to take out the rumble. Too much rumble. And then scooped out just a touch of the low mids here. It's just a little too much buildup. And I added a shelf at around 5,500, 5K-ish. And that's because the tom wasn't, the click of the tom wasn't coming through the arrangement as much, right? So I wanted to push that through. And you can hear that. Also added a limiter here, right? Just to keep a nice little roof on the tom. Make sure it wasn't spiking in volume sporadically. Overheads, did something a little interesting here. I scooped out a lot of the low end here. Too much buildup. And I also scooped out some of this kind of like this honkiness that was happening. And really, this wasn't annoying me or anything like that, but I wanted to make a little bit more room for the guitars, right? Guitars are kind of living there. Other instruments are living there. So all I really want from the overheads is, maybe a little bit of ambience and a little bit of sparkle and kind of like sizzle from the cymbals. It's really kind of all I want, right? So I was able to take down some of the energy there. And then I smashed them with a limiter. You can hear how that snare is kind of like poking out of the cymbals, and some of the drum hits kind of poke out of the cymbals every now and then. So instead of having that happen and like causing a lot of transient energy, I just squashed it, made it super flat. So everything is the same volume, just smashed it. Yeah, this is the L1. This is by Waves. I like this limiter. Yeah, I like this limiter over the L2 just because it's simpler.
For this context, anyway.
Yeah. Right, and then on the drum bus, I've got nothing. Except for a limiter. Just controlling any kind of rogue transients or rogue peaks. I've also got a gain plugin here, but all that's doing is working some automation for some drum fills, right? So we've got kind of like this drum fill that goes into the chorus. Then it ducks down back to 0, right? So just a few kind of like choice sections, and that's it. Those are drums. Make sense?
Yep, and some of you are saying, yeah, I think the snare and maybe the kick are poking just a little too much, but I think when we add spatial processing to this and things are a little bit more blended, that's when you're going to want that push through. So Jake has that in mind, knowing that that's going to happen in the future.
Yeah, and if you take a look here at the tracks, right, I've got like little notes down here, right? Just kind of like letting me know, hey, got to add some space here. Got to add some space to this snare. Got to add some space to this floor tom, to make it sound a little bit more lively and really take advantage of the depth dimension, right?
Literally working with the end in mind, says Izzy. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. Right. And I'm not like going it. This is again, like this is like the number one lesson that we talked about yesterday, right? This is all about laser focus. This is all about, another engineer might say, oh man, that snare needs a lot of space, as they're kind of like doing the frequencies and dynamics part of the process. And then they might rabbit hole into spatial processing on just the snare. Right. And then they'll come back out of that rabbit hole, then go to the next thing, and then go into another rabbit hole on the toms. But dude, like it kills your momentum. It crushes your momentum and your pacing. Right. So what I've learned over years and years and years is it's better to just like laser focus, get that tunnel vision. When you have those little thoughts, don't let them be distractions. Don't let them be squirrels for you to chase. Just write them down. Come back to them later. Right? Make sense? Guys with me? Yeah. Ted says yes. Mariana says yes. Cool. Yeah, relax and take notes. Yeah, totally. Chris says, goodness, I needed that tip. Yeah. Yeah, so I changed the name of this track to Snaker for you guys. I don't know. Somebody noticed. So, percussion. Check this out. Nothing on the claps. Got very little kind of going on here at the claps. Clap sample going right up the middle. Only thing I did with the clap sample here is I brought down the high end again. Just like it was just too much. Stealing the spotlight, right? Every time the vocal would come in, you would just get this, like, the vocal sitting here, and then these claps, the high end of those claps would just go bam, 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 and slap you right in the forehead like you needed a V8.
Yeah, this is also an example of that, them working together on a global sense, because that live clap is pretty bright already, so we don't need bright on bright on bright.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that sonically is building anyway. Did I EQ everything and then bounce in place? No, Philip, I didn't. I just didn't use any EQ here. I just did not need to use any EQ. I didn't see the need to do it. Snaker. Leave Snaker. Did not even touch the Snaker. Just turned it down. Oh no!
If you touch the snaker, you're gonna get bit.
You're gonna get bit. Hi-hat loop. What do we do here? Same thing. Just brought down the high end. That's it. That's all we did. Just 2 plugins here on this percussion. So far, anyway. Now I've got some notes here to add some width to the snaker, width to the hi-hat loop. Don't worry, we're going to see that in a couple minutes. Bass. Let's take a look. A little bit more processing going on here on the bass. So I used the bass amp, one of the bass amps, as a bass low. And what I did was I scooped out all of the high end from 270 and above, right? So that I just got this track. Right? So just like targeting that range of the frequency spectrum. Right? Then I slammed it with a limiter because I don't want like that low end to go bouncing up and down, poking through the mix, and then getting buried in the mix. I want that to be pegged in place dynamically, nice and solid, nice kind of foundation for everything else to kind of poke through, right? Low end is not something I want kind of like creating a dizzying, fluctuating dynamic and fluctuating volume levels type of effect, right? Tokyo, we're going to talk about limiting versus clipping after this walkthrough. Okay. And I added just a touch of R bass at 80. Just adding some like harmonic content to fatten things up a little bit. And it is so little, guys. Like I want you to understand, this is a plugin that can be easily overused, right? And we hear it, right? We hear how much this can be overused inside of our program. It's just a touch, right? Subtlety, subtle.
The happy medium is just a touch.
So in addition to this bass low is bass high. I used the DI for this bass high track and I did the opposite, right? I scooped out all the low end and then I did add a low pass filter here at around 4K. So scooping out everything, but basically just allocating this track to this part of the frequency spectrum.
And I want to just draw some attention to how aggressively you made these cuts, right? I think some people aren't aggressive enough, but you're carving out space right there very intentionally with the 2 bass channels working together. One's taking care of the low and one's taking care of the mid. And this could work not just on a bass that's the same, but this is what I was talking about. If you have multiple things, say in the mid range or in the high end, you can make big, sharp cuts like this because when you listen to them together, it's going to sound right.
Lars, I assure you, I'm not holding anything back here. Lars says, I feel like they're holding back a bit because it's all waves. Not at all.
No, the last one of these we did all stock Logic plugins.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that too, my go-to EQ is this one right here. The stock EQ inside of Logic. Been using it for years. Right? It's not about that. It's not about the plugins. But anyway, I just think that's a really important lesson to to understand. Right? Wanted to highlight that. And the chorus, the grit on the chorus bass, I did the same thing, right? I didn't need any of that low end because I got my bass low track covering all that low end. All right. So all three of them together.
That's right, Christopher.
And on the bus, we got a limiter. Again, just handling any rogue transients, making sure nothing peaks up above a level that I don't want it to. Right? Just controlling the dynamics in the mixing process, in the mixing phase where they should be controlled, right? Here's the interesting stuff, guitars. Let's look at some guitars. I did have to EQ. You'll notice there's some plugins on every single track. It's because I had to EQ every single track. The mid-range in the guitars, you guys heard it yesterday, right? Mid-range in the guitars are just munching up way too much space. So it was really important to be intentional about how each of these tracks were going to fit together. And let's take a look at this intro fuzz first. You can see some high mid information being carved out, right? Just a gross like tooth drilling frequency there. And some honkiness was happening at just kind of like this 1K spot. Just making it easier to listen to. You know, I carved out the low end on that too. Unnecessary rumble happening there. And I've got a note there about that fuzz guitar, add some wet effects, you know.
Sent the dentist home.
Yeah, send that dentist home. I did. Just punch that dentist right in the face. All right. Here, scooped out the low end, not necessary. The kick and the bass need to be living in this spot, right? Primarily. So I went pretty aggressive with the with cutting the low end on some of these guitars. Here. Just took that frequency out. It was just bothering me. It's making the hair on my neck stand up.
It's amazing how visceral we experience sound.
Check this out. Now the multi-tracks, the artist did provide the DIs for these guitars. And if I were, you know, mixing this track, I actually might reamp them, but I just use the original tones here to demonstrate some teaching. Check this out. I want to show you both of these rhythm guitars. Here's what we had to do. Had to scoop out some of the mud range, right? Too much buildup in that area. And there was like this hiss happening here right around 4K. It usually is on like high gain guitars. Show you what that sounds like. This is just the left guitar. Hear that snake? Hear that snake in there?
Oh, that's nasty.
Right. Boom. Had to pull that out. Like absolutely had to pull that out. And that is not something that I went searching for, guys. I think this is another problem that a lot of engineers have. They think they have to like boost a really narrow band and like find all the annoying frequencies. That's not how it works. Of course, like anytime you boost a band 20 decibels, everything's going to be an annoying frequency, right? So what you want to do is like just really pay attention to the obvious and distracting things while you're listening to the song. Is something hitting your ear and pulling you away from the vocal, or pulling you away from whatever is in the spotlight, whatever's supposed to be in the spotlight, right? If so, that's probably an annoying frequency that you have to tame somewhere, right? Don't go searching for them. Just let them be something that grabs your attention, right?
Yep.
Glaringly obvious and distracting issues only, right? Otherwise you end up with just like a comb of EQ cuts happening in all your tracks and it just sucks out all the tone, right?
Yep. I had a student on a mentor call yesterday, did exactly that. Just went through and did way too much, just kind of rabbit holed on it. And that's what we're talking about here. Don't go and search for that stuff. It's way too much of a rabbit hole. Find the obvious stuff, because it just made his thing just completely sound flat. And it just takes the character away if you just do too much. It's over processing.
Yeah, exactly. So that is guitar left. Let's take a look at guitar right, just on the EQ board. Oh yeah, and then I did a low pass here. I cut out any frequencies above, you know, I've got a roll off here around 10K ish, 9,000. Right? Again, just to keep that out of the way of the high end elements that really need to be there. Right. So like the air of the vocal, maybe some of the cymbals, right? Some of the sparkle from other arrangement elements. The guitars, all that juice is right here. Guitar on the right. Same thing, pulled out some low mids, pulled out some mid-range here, and then found the snake. Listen to this one. Check this out. Woo!
Gnarly.
Woo. Super gnarly, right? Blech. Pulled that out of there. Same thing. Rolled off the highs there too. And dude, these were just not like magical enough. They weren't tickling me enough, these guitars. So I did add a 4 decibel boost, shelf at 7K on the API, right? A little bit more of a like mid forward kind of character to it. And I did an identical move on the right guitar, right? So first without. Listen to how those pop right forward, and it just creates like, it creates this energy and this excitement that wasn't there before. And it really, if you listen to these guitars in context, they help make that chorus even more exciting. That was the reason why I was looking for more energy, right? More high-end energy. This chorus needed to be more exciting, right? Try to focus. I'm gonna mute the vocals. Try to focus just on the guitars. I'm gonna do an A/B on this. You can hear they just take a tiptoe forward in the mix, right? It creates a little bit more energy. This chorus guitar, scooping out the honk. The reason I did that was because when I was listening back to the chorus, it was annoying me. It was just straight up, it was just bothering me, was annoying. It was pulling my attention away from the vocals, right? Now we're going to play with this chorus guitar a little bit, but what I did was I just left it right up the center of the mix, and I added some dynamic EQ using the F6. I actually sidechained this over to the vocal, right? So every time the vocal comes in, every time the vocal is present, it's going to dip down this, what is this? Like right around 3K-ish.
This is our sign. We are saved by our maker. We live life alive.
Right? The reason why I used a dynamic EQ to do this is because we have this chorus section here, and there are parts of the chorus that have no vocals in them whatsoever. And it felt like they were lacking energy. Where's that energy going to come from? Well, it's going to come from this guitar with the bite on it. However, when that guitar with the bite on it is playing at the same exact volume as the vocal, they fight each other, right? So now that we're using this dynamic band to just attenuate the frequencies that are competing, we've created a relationship that's much more like a handoff, right? It says vocals, guitar, vocals, guitar, right? Just switching hands back and forth.
This is our sign. We are saved by our maker. We live life alive.
If I turn off that processing,
We are saved by our maker. We live life alive. This is our cry. The final nail in our
hopefully you guys can hear that. There's a nice little space being carved out for those upper frequencies, those high mid frequencies. Next, this chorus clean guitar. Just did some subtractive work here, taking out some mid-range, taking out these frequencies that are competing with the vocal, the clarity of the vocal. This chorus lead, here's your comb.
Wow.
I mean, this is the drill, right? This is the drill on the side of the head.
All right.
All right, so I didn't have enough bands to handle this. I actually did a second EQ on that to drill out this 6K area too, even more.
Push back on the production.
Yeah, exactly.
If you have to do that much work,
Yeah, exactly.
it's not great.
100%. That's before. That's after. I really wanted you guys to feel it.
This is our sign. We are saved by our maker. We live life alive.
That is not something that needs to be upfront, right? That is not something that needs to be upfront. That's a drone. That is a supplemental arrangement element that is just nice and solid through the chorus to add just a tiny bit of excitement, right?
This is our
And a new texture.
This is our sign. We are saved by our maker.
We're going to do some fun spatial processing with that too, right? Anywho, lead fuzz. Let's take a look. This bridge section. Just getting rid of the snakes. Little like low end, carving that out. Low mid management, right? Because that was a hot area just across the track as a whole. You got all these guitars. Of course, it's going to be built up in the mid range, right? But handling the snakes here. Woo. Chorus fuzz, decided not to use it. It serves no purpose. It does not do anything good for the track. I can show you what that looks like. This. It's just adding, I mean, it's adding content in areas and energies that we already have. We've already got covered, right? Let's listen to just all the guitars there, right? And you tell me what kind of energy this adds, or like if this is any good for the track. Not anything that's not already covered by the bass, right? We'll do it again with the bass. Right? It's so subtle. It's such a subtle difference that nobody would ever recognize that it's gone, right? Realize that it's gone. So some engineers might choose to just kind of like tuck that into the background. I prefer a simpler life, so I delete it.
Yeah, and I see a lot of you talking about how much this could really benefit from some spatial processing. Obviously, we're going to get there today. But the thing is if you had gone in and before doing a lot of this stuff, added the spatial processing, even on just one track, it starts to cover things up. So yeah, this isn't going to sound perfect, of course. We have that in mind. We're getting everything to as good as we can get it without spatial processing. And yes, it's not going to sound great, but that helps inform the process so that we can go deeper on this and really refine it before we put the kind of the frosting on everything.
Right. Well put. Let's take a look at some keys. What do we got here? We got these synths. So again, just pushing sonic energy out of the way so that the vocals can occupy that space, basically. That's what this is right here, right? Making room for the vocals. Also cutting out a lot of the high end for the elements that need to be there, the percussive elements and the air of the vocals. Just dipping out a little bit of mid-range because there's some build up there, and then taking out all this low end. Because that's bass and kick territory, right? So syncs a lot better into the track, especially in the verse. Check this out.
Collective devils that revel for a fight.
Right? All of a sudden that synth just takes a nice step back in the arrangement, right? It's a supplemental rhythmic element that just keeps the movement going and going and going. Right? We don't need it to be a lead character in this story. Piano. Soften this up. Took out a lot of high end, took out a lot of upper mids, mid range, really just carved it up. Compared to, right? It's like poking you right between the eyes. Right? So that just made it easier to listen to, a little bit warmer. Again, like this is something that I probably would have pushed back on in terms of like the velocity of the piano, the MIDI and like the performance and the sound selection and all that. But anywho, we've got the limiter. also helping to control the peaks, right? So it doesn't poke through the mix too much. We've got it nice and well controlled.
Collective devils that revel for a fight.
Cool. Then nothing on the bus. Vocals, y'all still with me? Am I moving too fast? Oh, good. Good. You guys with me? Cool.
Yeah, everyone's just chilling and taking notes. It's good.
Yeah, that's great. Mute the vocals, please. Someone says. Funny. Yeah, Olivia, don't worry. I'm gonna show you some clipping in a minute. All right. I'm just gonna walk you through these vocals here, guys, and then we'll take a quick break and we'll move into clipping versus limiting. Start with the verse vocal.
Calm.
Cutting out some low end, cutting out some low mids, some mud here. And then there's a little bit of honkiness happening in 1K that I actually take care of in stages along the way. So, you know what? Maybe I'll just kind of do this plugin by plugin. How's that sound, guys? Cool. Cool.
Calm. Collective devils.
Gross.
Collective devils.
Right? So just clearing out some of that mud. I've got sibilance. Taking care of de-essing. This plugin's great because you can just like crank it and it won't sound like the singer has a lisp.
Collective devils. Collective devils.
Now without.
Collective devils.
Hear how much that T like just pokes right out?
Collective devils. Collective devils.
Softens it right up, right? Next, I've got a limiter just controlling the peaks.
Calm. Collective devils.
You're just gonna see like a decibel or two of gain reduction on the limiter. It's just hitting the loudest parts of the signal. Then I used an 1176 on the vocal, fast attack, fast release. Well, simple.
Collective devils.
Just to squeeze it a little bit more, make it a little bit more consistent. I just do all of these like levels or layers of consistency, right? Dynamic control.
Collective devils.
The reason why I like an 1176 is because it's got a little bit of its own character too. It's got a very kind of specific kind of sound, that particular plugin. And then squeezing it some more with RVox.
Collective devils that revel.
All of this is just layers of dynamic control, layers of consistency. And then I've got a gain plugin doing some automation work here in the second verse, right? Just kind of bringing up the tail ends of sounds of the phrases. You can see what that looks like. Maybe. Yeah. Right in here.
Realize that all this world conforms to no sides.
All right, so you can see what's going on there. Cool. And again, because I like a simple life, just didn't overcomplicate any of this stuff. Just copied and pasted all this processing over into the lead vocal chorus and the backing vocals. That's it. That's it. Same processing across the board. Maybe like a little bit of a tweak here and there when it comes to like thresholds and stuff like that. Because these waveforms are a little bit fatter in the chorus, but mostly the same. And then on the bus, I've got an F6 doing some dynamic EQ control. Attenuating any buildup that happens as a result of those two vocals playing at the same time. Just making it more like easier to listen to. I tamed the sibilants even more because you can hear really coming through there. And I actually added a little bit of high end here. Right, just for a little bit of sparkle. For simple plugins. Right. Right, just cutting that vocal through the mix, right? That's the only reason I added it. Get that vocally cut through the mix. And added another instance of sibilants here. So all just like, you saw I de-essed, like de-essed S's and T's 3 different times throughout this channel. Like as I was working through this, it's like, okay, I added some processing. Instead of going back and like messing with a previous plugin, I'm just doing different like stages of attenuation, stages of consistency processing, dynamics processing along the way, just as we've been doing for volume and consistency in other areas, right? Same concept. And then I've got a limiter on the bus here. Again, just to handle any rogue transients, any kind of rogue peaks or anything like that, spikes in volume. This vocal sitting nicely in place. Maybe we do just like an A-B. Cool. That's it. That's the session, guys. We've got frequencies taken care of. We got dynamics taken care of. Happy to answer any questions right now. I know, a lot less processing than you might think. Happy to answer questions, and then we're going to take a quick break and we'll talk about clipping. Caleb, Dane, you take a keep an eye on the chat section here.
Yep. How did you make those frequency decisions with the F6?
The same way I would make a frequency decision with a regular EQ. Like, why did I decide on dynamic instead of static EQ? The decision to use a dynamic EQ. Yeah, the decision to use a dynamic EQ would handle buildup as it happens instead of taking it out completely.
Yeah, same reason you would use a multi-band compressor on anything. It's basically what it is, just with a little bit more control over the cue, sort of
Yeah.
like bandwidth, slope, etc.
You can get narrower. Yeah, you can just get narrower with there. It's the same thing as a multiband compressor. Multiband is just like a range of frequencies, and dynamic EQ, you can just get real narrow and flexible with it.
Yep. So he's putting that on the bus because those two vocals are singing at the same time, and there are moments where those, like on certain notes and things, where the frequencies in the mid range were causing muddiness, and other times where it's not. And so, for the moments that it's causing muddiness, that will react to both of them at the same time because it's on the bus. Scoop that out, and then when it's not happening, it'll still sound full. That's why he's doing that.
Yeah, Steve asks, how are you deciding where to set the limiter? On like my group tracks or wherever. Yeah, I usually just set a limiter until it's only catching like the peaks, like the loudest parts of the signal, right? Just to put a roof on things. Make sure it doesn't just like jump all over the place.
Yeah, I think if you step back to a 30,000-foot view of why you do everything you're doing, what you're working towards is creating music that is focused. And so it always has something that is focusing your attention that's not being distracted by everything else. And that's the problem with a bad mix, is that there'll be things all over the place that pull away from the focus, right? And so as you're EQing out frequencies, as you're taking down transients, what you're doing is creating a soundstage that supports what you want the listener to focus on. And as that changes, then you can reassess what that means. But that's really the overall vision as to why you make the choices you're making.
Well, Tom has a great question here. Why do you prefer limiting instead of compressing? It's simpler and faster. If I'm going to use a compressor, like a fast attack compression, it's limiting is basically the same thing. Limiting is just compression with less options, right? And I like simplicity. That's just, there's enough to do when it comes to mixing. There's enough to think about. If I pull up a compressor, I'm looking at and I am thinking about, and this is just me. This is a personal preference, really. That's the short answer, personal preference, right? I'm also digging a little bit deeper here too.
Yeah, the limiting is way more utility based. That you see Jake using it more than anything, whereas compression is a lot of times to bring out character, right, in a vocal, maybe thicken a vocal or an instrument. It's also, compression obviously is also controlling dynamic range at the same time, but yeah,
it's just quick and easy.
Really good at what it does. It tames the transient, right? You don't need 8 knobs to do that. You just do it, and it's very aggressive, and it does exactly what you want it to do.
Yeah. If I want some, and most of the time when it comes to dynamic control, and this is where different strokes, guys. Like this is not like rights and wrongs. These are just different tools to accomplish the same goals, right? Like that's the big lesson here, right? But for me, just pulling up a limiter and controlling some peaks, super easy. I can get that done like that. Anyway, hope that makes sense.
If you're doing it light enough, you won't hear the limiter working. That's what he's gauging, is you don't want to do too much to where it's like obviously distorting the sound, but just a little bit of limiting won't. It'll just tame the transient really nicely. And there's no one size fit all for any of this stuff. He's assessing this based. This track we're doing now is totally different from the last one we did, completely different, and we utilize the tools completely differently that time. And we use stock plugins that time from Logic. So it's just like, you just have to know how to do it, and then you hear it, and then you execute based upon what? Instincts, right? That's what we're developing.
Yeah, if Jake wanted to, he could use a compressor to act like a limiter by saying, okay, super fast attack, super fast release, all the way fast, all the way, and then a really high ratio. But that's like 5 extra clicks that he doesn't have to do in the limiter. It's like,
yeah. So like, for example, like I can pull up a compressor and get this job done on the drums, right? I can pull this compressor up and I can go to a 30-to-1 ratio. I can have an auto release. I can do like super fast attack and just dial it in.
This is a sign. We are saved by our maker.
Right? Just capturing, just peaking, just controlling the very tops of the waveform, right? The loudest portions.
This is a sign.
Right? However, look at this. There's sliders, little slider. All I have to do is go like this. Done.
This is a sign. We are saved.
Just capturing the tippy tops, right? Well, that's really, it's an efficiency thing for me.
All right. Well, let's take a nice 5 to 7 minute break before we dive into the next phase, the next thing.
Yeah. So next thing coming up is clipping, right? So this is going to be a really good transition. Kind of hold this conversation in your minds during the break, and we'll jump back into dynamics processing. We'll talk about clipping next. Okay.
Yeah, guys, if you didn't have a chance to book a call with us from before, I'm going to post the link over the break here. Already got loads and loads of people that we're going to get to talk to over the next couple of days. So I'll post the link in the chat again. If you haven't, it takes literally 10 seconds to get a call set up with us if you want to talk about the reverse engineer. And I'll just keep spamming that link. And if you guys are interested, go ahead and
Now's
book
a
it.
good time to sign up for that if you need to take a minute to do it.
Yeah.
So
All right, we'll see you guys in a few.
I'll stick
Awesome,
around. I'll
guys.
watch the kids while you guys take a break.
all right. All right, Dad.
Now that the adults are gone. Now we can really talk.
Stop it.
Who here booked a call? Anyone? Nice. I have appointments with a bunch of you guys over the next couple of days, so excited. You guys enjoying the challenge so far? Oh yeah. It's a win-win for us because for the people who can come on board our program, it's great. It's a great way for us to find students to work with, which is awesome. And for the people who don't, they get to walk away with a ton of value. And everybody feels good about the challenge and stuff. So it works a lot better than just, having us like go directly book a call and try and convince you that we are who we say we are and that we know what we're talking about. So it's been really nice for us. So I appreciate you guys sticking with us and hearing us out. And if you can do it, it's a great program. I didn't get a chance to say this, but I went through our old mastering program as well. That's how I came to be part of the company. And I applied this to my own solo music career. And it was transformative for me. I remember the day that I finally got the track sounding the way I wanted to, sounding the way that I heard it in my head. And to this day, that was one of the best days of my life. So even if you're just an artist, if you're not a producer, if you have no plans on selling your services, stuff is pretty transformational for you guys, has been for me. So thanks for all the nice comments, guys. If you guys have any other questions too, about the program or my experience with it, you can pop them in the chat. When we have our call, can we talk about whales? Yes. So we start every call. Offer partial payments. Yeah. So we work with people on case-by-case basis. So depending on your financial situation, we've got a couple different options, which we always discuss on the call. How do we run the one-on-one sessions? So basically what they are is they're Zoom calls 3 times a week. And it's as simple. So think of if you're in school for Fix the Mix, it's the same exact format, except on the calendar page, it will be 3 times a week. There will be mentorship calls, and you click the link at the specified time, and then you join, and then you get to usually small groups, like 10, 20 people or something like that. And then you get one-on-one time with Dane and Jake and Caleb, and they're screen sharing with you and they're working with you directly. So they're awesome. And to elaborate on a point from before too, you definitely want to you need to do everything. You need to do the curriculum, you need to do the mentorship, you need to do the community. If you come in and you just do the curriculum, that's standardized. That's the same for everybody. The mentorship is where we get our hands around your specific situation. So you really want to leverage everything. What time and time zones are you on? We could cover that on the call. We stagger them out because we have people from all over the globe. We try and have at least one time per week that works with all parts of the world. So the goal isn't to make every mentorship call. The goal is to find one that you can typically make. Was the biggest takeaway from the courses that I took? So it was the whole objective subjective thing. So I'm an artist. I like making music, right? And so I'm wrapped up in the creative side, the emotional side, and the message that I'm trying to convey. But I never had the objective language to actually communicate that creative vision. And that's what these guys taught me, right? And so it was like giving language to the vision that I had in my head. And once I was able to do that, I actually became more creative because I could finally get what was inside of my head out. So that was like most transformative for me. Oh, I saw it, Rob. I saw you.
You saw what?
Your studio.
It happened again.
The jig's up, man. People notice.
No one noticed. I was amazed at anyone. Did I just blow anyone's mind?
Someone noticed before I saw that. They were like, oh, it looks so real, but they spotted it.
Nice. You should see my my actual studio at the moment.
Dude, I can't wait to get in a permanent place so I could get mine set back up.
It's a it's an absolute shit show.
Yeah.
It's kind of overwhelming. It's like floor to ceiling with boxes with no like floor space.
Ooh,
So it's like how
it's
do
like a
you
hoarder's house.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Can we
Hey,
talk
that
about-
leads into that question there. Do you guys talk about room setup in the class? We go hard on acoustic treatment and room treatment. It's a combination of week 3 in the program goes really deep into room treatment and acoustic treatment, but then also with the mentorship calls, you bring pictures of your room. You could bring like a Sonar Works reading to the mentorship calls, and we'll work with you on a one-on-one basis to get it all taken care of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll show you how to do like room measurements and all of that.
Jake, we were having a good time, man.
Yeah, what were you guys
Yeah.
talking about?
Just chatting.
Yeah.
Me and the gang.
Jake, we want to see your green screen. That's just me. And to clarify, it's not just I'm that bad at organization that my studio. I'm not actually a hoarder. I've just moved house.
Right.
But
You're gonna have to prove it now.
This is green screen as well. It's boring, clinical, doctor's office green screen. It's a preset in Zoom.
Yeah, you got that. You got that premium.
This is what the GM.
are there
looks
any like old? Are there any like really old Moam people here? This is like one of my first ever studios that I used to make videos in. I can pretend I'm there.
You're probably on the YouTube
Oh,
channel,
this one.
the live stream.
This one's pretty cool. This
There's
one
some
looks obviously
lightsaber.
fake.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's some lightsabers.
Nice.
And this is Michael's studio.
That's it. In the lab. That's why I just put on my Instagram story. It just says in the lab, and then it's just me at a McDonald's.
Nice.
No, I got shadow banned on social media, I think.
Really? Actually,
No, I was talking with Damien about it, and my TikToks, they get like 6.7 average seconds of watch time, which is like really good. But I get like less than 100 views. And he's like, you must have been shadow banned. So they hate that I spit the truth. My lyrics are too deep. The deep state blocked me. Anyways, I'll give it back to you guys.
I missed a good story. Oh dang.
Yeah, I got
Just
shadow banned.
Michael ranting about
Yeah.
using being shadow banned as an excuse for not having a bigger TikTok.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, having a captive audience to just listen while I talk with no recourse is I'm gonna launch more of these webinars.
Just like having a chit chat with 400 people.
Yep.
Amazing.
All right, I'll give it back to you guys. Thanks everybody. Book a call.
Dude, cancel your therapy session for this.
Yeah,
week.
this is it, man.
Oh my god. Michael, everybody.
Let's see a 1 for Michael. There we go.
Like you and Tupac.
Uh,
Thanks, guys.
you guys are good sports. All right, who's ready to jump in here? Give me a different number. Give me a 4.
Oh wow, that was fast.
Oh yeah, it was.
You got the 4 really fast.
Someone preempted it.
Hungry people.
Wow. Okay, clipping versus limiting. So usually I use clippers like crazy on my mixes, but I got to be honest, like I didn't see anything that was like simple enough for me to use inside of the Waves plugin catalog, right? I was looking for just like simple clipper, but I didn't see anything there. Am I missing something? Somebody let me know. I miss anything?
Maybe I'll have to cheat.
Yeah. There's a clip on Smack Attack, yeah, but I was just kind of looking for a standalone clipper. I know I saw some of the other like plugins that have like a clipping like option on them is kind of like a side option. But Steve says then audio free clip. Huh. That's interesting. That's the one I was going to use. This is it. This is just simple standalone clipper. I like the one trick ponies. Again, I like a simple life, right?
It's almost a Waves plugin.
It's almost a Waves plugin.
Oh, it's close.
The only one that does is Infected Mushroom Pusher has like a clip mode. It looks kind of complicated though, but
Yeah,
that's the only one I
mode.
could find.
There you go.
We cheat.
those are-
We cheat a little
Those of
bit.
you, yeah, those are. What's that? Say that again.
We're cheating just a little. Oh well. It's still free though.
Right on. So, I love to use clippers on like percussive elements, percussion and drums and things like that. What does a clipper do? So let's see. Can I bring up like I want to draw something really quick. I'm gonna draw something for you guys.
By the way, we're getting some like phone signal buzzing. I don't know if that's.
I think that's
Yeah,
on
go for
your
it,
end. I'm
someone.
not hearing it.
Oh, okay.
I was hearing it too, actually.
Okay, that's not it. That's not it. Okay, check this out. So you've got like your waveform, right? Let's say this is a waveform. There's some transients, right? Some peaks, stuff like that. Right. So a limiter, say a limiter would be on the left. Limiter goes like this. Squish. Right? That's what a limiter does. What a clipper does, it still controls dynamic range, right? But instead of squishing the peaks down, it actually does something more like this. It just chops their heads off. Right? Shaves the top right off. Now, why might you want to use a clipper instead of a limiter? limiting, transparent. I'm just going to give you like the very simple, this is all overly simplified, by the way, guys. Like this is all watered down. I'm not going into science or anything like that. Psychoacoustics, anything. More abrasive. I don't want to say abrasive. I want to say aggressive. And just so it's super clear, feel free to take a snapshot of that while I still have the slide up on the screen, guys. Very straightforward explanation without getting into the weeds here, okay? So the reason why clipping is more aggressive is that it can sound brighter because it's actually creating a little bit of saturation, a little bit of distortion, okay? So would I use clipping on something like a soft sounding piano, a really gentle sounding piano? Probably not. If I wanted to control the dynamic range of a gentler element, a gentler arrangement element, I might choose a limiter instead, or a compressor if I wanted to be more flexible.
You could do another graphic with a compressor too. And it would just be like the limiter, except the peaks would still exist above the line.
It would be kind of like that. Right.
It's taming them, but not as aggressively as a limiter does. The ratio is telling the story there. So a limiter has a like very, very high level ratio, like even infinity to 1, whereas compressor doesn't.
Eric says, why not limit and use saturation? It's faster. It's faster for me to just use a clipper. Yeah, it's an efficiency thing, right? And there are some situations where I will limit and use saturation, but it depends on the scenario. It depends on the situation, right? So, going back to the example of the piano, if I want like some gentle, like dynamic control, probably going to choose a limiter. However, where a clipper can really kind of shine here is on percussive elements, or elements that are already kind of like aggressive or abrasive or punchy, right? Because it's creating a little bit of distortion, a little bit of brightness, a little bit of saturation while you're controlling the dynamics, right? So let's see this in action. For a drum, for example, let's go to our drum bus. Right now, we've got a limiter on this drum bus. And that limiter is stopping the signal at -9.8. Use a clipper to do the same thing. See what the difference is. See how we pull it way down and we start to hear the distortion. We start to hear audibly, just like hear the clipping happening, right? Start to hear it about right there. Yeah, starts to get Olivia. That's right. It starts getting a little bit crunchy. Here's another interesting thing about a clipper, if you dial it in correctly. Take a look at this meter. Up here around -9-ish, right? That's what happens when we add some clipping. Did you guys catch that?
Wow.
I'll do it again. Listen to the volume, the audible volume, and watch what's happening on the meter. First without.
Clear the meter. Clear the meter.
Clear the meter when you do it.
Guys getting it? That's right. Olivia got it. Same apparent volume, same perceived volume, but less signal.
5 dB.
That's 5 decibels of control. 5 decibels of headroom. Listen to the difference here on the limiter. Crazy, right?
Yeah, you could say clipping versus saturation is a maybe a taste thing.
It depends on the plugin, actually, right? Because some saturation plugins, it depends on how hard you drive them. It depends on the character of the plugin itself, on how much it's actually going to control the dynamic range, right? The whole purpose of the clipper is to control dynamic range, right?
And all of this adds up, right? If we're doing this on quite a few tracks to control everything and everything's sitting right, nothing's distracting, but we're also saving all that sonic energy, which will really matter to you when you master this thing. Think about how much more you can bring out and how much louder, and you can make everything without it having to lose any dynamic range at all in the mastering phase. It's incredible.
And Kay, that's a great way to put it. The limiter is just not freeing up as much sonic energy. So
you shall not pass.
Yeah, you shall not pass. Yep. And again, this is what I'm using to demonstrate here is the Ven Audio free clip. You can just, that's Googleable. Someone said, I feel like that concept alone is worth 5,800.
Oh, just you wait.
Yeah. Book a call. You just wait.
Jake, if you weren't using the Ven Audio one, what other clippers do you like?
JST has a good one. JST clip, I think it's called, Joey Sturgis Tones. I like the Kush Audio TWK, the Omega series. That one's awesome. I like, guys, you're going to learn this a lot about me, especially those of you who join us in the program. Like, I like simple plugins. I don't know if you already picked up on that. But the less knobs it has and the less stuff it has, the better. I just want a one-trick pony to do the job, and then I want to get out, right? So yeah, some of the other plugins, if you want to take a look, right? Just to give you an example, JST is JST clip. It's one knob, a couple other knobs here, but it's basically just very, very simple. Right. Another one. Look familiar? Kind of the same, right?
Yeah, someone asked about the difference between hard and soft clipping. It's really just the way in which it's clipping. A soft clipper will kind of round out the transients, whereas like hard clipping will be more of like a more of a brick wall type.
Yeah, let's see if I can demonstrate this. Like a soft clipper basically does that.
Less aggressive on the transients, whereas hard clipping will be more aggressive. More.
Yep. It's talking about how it shaves off the peaks, right? How aggressively will it shave off the peaks? Will it do it just like hard like this, like a flat line, just like a samurai sword? Or do you have to kind of like whittle the peak out, like with a potato peeler?
Strong arm emoji in chat for Jake's PowerPoint skills, by the way.
Best in the game, man. The guy can whip out a PowerPoint faster than anyone I know.
And all this leads to something, though. Jake's way of approaching things is really cool. We all have our different way of doing it, and that's why we have multiple mentors, and it's really fun. But Jake can produce a top 40 level mix faster than almost anyone I know. It's amazing. And what that does is it frees his mind up to be more objective through the entire process. So it's really valuable stuff. It adds up to something in the end, just making those small decisions along the way.
Right on. What do you think? Just like 2-minute break and then get into spatial processing? No break? I'm seeing a lot of no breaks. No break. We just had a break. Let's keep going. Okay. If you guys want to keep going, we can keep going. Give me a 936 if you're ready to keep going.
I was just digging up some old stories.
You guys are good.
I thought I was coming back in.
We'll have another break before we get into spatial, or before we get into kind of finishing the mix with a reference.
Okay.
Fine, get out of here.
All right. Let's cross that one off the list. Spatial processing. Here we go. All right. We're going to show you the secrets. Sweet spot, right? Most people do this. 2 aux tracks, right? I'm sure you've seen this before. You've got 2 aux tracks. You've got a room reverb on one and then a hall reverb on the other one. I think this is the default for GarageBand. So if anybody's familiar with GarageBand, this is kind of like their default setup. They've got a room aux track for the entire mix, and then they've got a hall aux track for the entire mix. And some of you still might be doing this, right?
And if you're feeling really saucy, you might have a third that has a plate on there, or a
Oh, the plate. How could I forget?
really adventurous.
Oh. And then for all of your tracks inside of your mix, you would use these 3 reverbs. You would send different levels, right? So on and so forth. However, we found that this just isn't enough variety, right? When you listen to like these top level mixes, you're hearing everything is cohesive, yet everything sits in their own space. Right? It's not just all mushed together. It does kind of sound like they're all in one room, but there's enough variety there to be interesting to the ear. Right? So this is the method that we teach. This has worked super well for us. I call it the 3 buckets method. Right? So basically, you got bucket number 1, drums and percussion. Bucket number 2, instruments. Bucket number 3, vocals. Instead of aux tracks that get fed to each type of arrangement element in your mix, you've got these separate buckets of them. So you've got 2 aux tracks here. You've got 2 aux tracks here. Don't worry, guys. This is all going to make sense. I'm going to show you hands-on what this looks like. Now, you've got a short reverb, excuse me, and a long reverb for each one of these buckets. We're not doing a different reverb on every single track. And we're not doing the same 2 reverbs on all tracks, right? This is kind of the best of both worlds. This is enough variety, but not too much where it's going to confuse the listener's ear. Okay. Is this making sense, guys? I know I'm just kind of like showing you what this looks like in a PowerPoint presentation right now. Don't worry, you're going to see this in action. But I just want to make sure you're following me at this point. Yeah.
Just enough, not too much. And it also creates separation. A lot of people talk about, how do I get more separation in my mixes? This is one of the ways.
Right. So I'm going to show you this in practice right now. I've actually set all these up just to save a little bit of time. Here they are. and I've got them all kind of collapsed into track stacks. So we've got our drums bucket, a drum short reverb, and a drum long reverb. We'll just use these reverbs for our drums and percussion. Our second bucket, instruments. I've got a short reverb and a long reverb. Right? Shorter decay, longer decay. And we will just use these for anything that's not vocals or drums and percussion. So in this particular session, bass, guitars, keys. Our third bucket, vocal short reverb, vocal long reverb. And most of the time, you tend to use some delay effects, right, on vocals as well. So I added a vocal short delay and a vocal long delay. And this is not something I'm using. Now, the actual types of reverbs, that's just going to be based on preference, really. I mean, the important thing here is that you use something with a shorter decay and something with a longer decay. And somebody says there's the tongue twister of the day, drum long verb, say it 5 times. Drum long verb, drum long verb, drum long verb, drum long. Yeah, I get tripped up at 3 or 4. Totally. So I'll show you what's inside these. I did not use any kind of super fancy plugins. I mostly used Rverb. You know, if you're using Wave stuff, check out the Abbey Roads. It has some chambers and plates, things like that. Super cool. They got plenty of reverb plugins. I just kept it simple. I use the same one, different types. So I've got a room reverb. And actually what I did here is I actually went to the presets. I just used the Medium Nightclub preset for my drum short reverb, which I'm probably going to change, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I think the methodology here is just start with something.
Yep.
Right? Just pick something that sounds good. But again, tap into what I was talking about before, which is this emotional intent, right? So hear how the different spaces are creating different emotions and make sure it's attached to the concept that's coming through in the song, the lyrics and the vibe of the song, and you can hone that in over time. But you got to hear something first. So just start with something that seems pretty good.
Yeah, start with anything, really. Totally. Instruments, looks familiar, right? I've got a different room. This is Studio B preset. Again, I just kind of chose these based on their names in the preset list. We can always change them later. All right. And then I've got a large hall. I use large hall preset. And then for my vocals, I use Studio A for short. I used a vocal plate for long. I used H delay at a 16th note, ping pong for my short delay. Don't worry, you're going to see all of this. I'm going to dial all this in. And then vocal long delay starts with a quarter note, ping pong. Okay.
Pretty standard.
Do I mess with pre-delay, Eric? Yeah, sometimes. If I need to, I'll mess with pre-delay. All right. Cool. Sip of coffee.
And so I don't believe in templates or any of that thing very much, but if you wanted to have a mixing session, you had it set up with these buckets, I think that would be just fine because that's just a good way to approach it.
That's all my template is. All my template are these 3 buckets. That's it. Just start an empty blank slate with just my go-to kind of reverbs. All right. Anyway, let's get into it. What do you guys say? You want to, so that's the concept, right? Now let's start to add some spatial processing to this session, really kind of take advantage of the depth dimension and the width dimension here, right? Kind of just make things sound a little bit larger than life, create a sense of depth. So
this song needs a little love on the spatial side.
Needs a little love for sure.
A lot of fuzzy guitars, and the vocalist wasn't super great. We can make it sound a little better.
A lot of pushback. I'm gonna push back here. First thing I'm gonna do here is dial in some snare reverb, right? Because I have that note here. So let's open up our drum bucket. Which bus is that? Bus 20. Let's use a send. And I've actually got the floor tom that says space on it here too. So I'm gonna add those. Let's check out the chorus. All right, so this is a scenario where I actually want to change up my reverb. I usually like to use like this again, this is just like a preference thing. I usually like to use a chamber on things like drums and percussion for my short reverbs. Let's try this Rave Warehouse just because I like the name. When I say short reverb, I typically mean anything under like a second.
Yes, he probably will.
Sorry, go ahead.
Someone was asking about EQing the reverb. Yep.
Dude, love that Rave Warehouse. Nice. And some nice like space.
Warehouse. The preset name, Rave Warehouse.
Rave Warehouse. Right there. Rave Warehouse.
It's amazing.
This is short. This is a short reverb. Hear all that depth? I'll do it in solo so you can hear it. Dude, and this is the kind of song and this is the kind of space that just has the emotion, right? This is it's a very epic kind of chord progression. It's a kind of theatrical, dramatic, operatic kind of vocals and things like that, right? Now we can actually, Caleb says it right here in the chat. We can actually tone shape this a little bit here too. Sometimes there's tone shaping inside of the plugin. Other times there's not, or it's just easier to toss on an EQ. So we're going to do that. Actually going to tone shape this reverb a little bit.
Nailed it.
I'm actually just going to bring this down a touch more.
Sorry, real quick. If you're not hearing this in stereo, you need to go into your Zoom settings and select high definition audio and stereo. You just go into Zoom settings in your audio and change it to that.
Yeah, this is very important, guys, to
Probably a good time to do that.
Yeah. Taylor says kids' attitude today needs some serious tone shaping. Oh, my daughter is so sick right now. She's
Oh,
a little over 2 and she is just coughing every 30 seconds. And her eyes are just so red. I feel so bad.
you got the Rona?
I don't know. We brought her, Charlie brought her to the doctor today, a little bit earlier. We'll find out. She had a whole bunch of tests done, so we'll see. Dude, that snare, like it just adding a short reverb to just that snare drum has made the entire drum kit just sound way bigger, like just huge, right?
This is our sign. We are saved.
It's amazing. And that's just one move, right? So I'm going to bring that in on the tom too. Let's see how that does in the verse.
Collect that rebel for a fight, a light through the night, calling us on home. Call collective devils that rebel for a fight.
So I'm going to do a little bit of automation here because that snare is just too big for the verse. So we're just going to take it down for the verse sections. See how that sounds.
Light burning through the night,
Actually going to bring it down even more.
calling us on.
Larsis, where do you generally use absolute and relative? I only use absolute. I don't even know what relative is for, to be honest.
This is our sign. We are
So did you guys catch what we did there? Right? Just added some automation, turned this send down just for the verses, right? So we've got a lower send level. We've got less reverb happening in the verses, and then that reverb gets cranked up in the choruses and the bigger parts of the song so that it can sound bigger in those sections. That's variety, right? And a little bit of variety, a little bit of musical movement here. So we're going to do the same thing in this next verse. Bring it down. We're going to do the same thing in the bridge. We're going to bring that snare down. And then allow it to just be nice and big and open in the chorus.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive.
And then little snare.
Through cloudy skies.
Easy. Done. I don't feel the need to add any long reverbs into the drum kit. I think we're good as is. Let's consider some percussion.
Sunlight. Cloudy skies.
Yeah, I think probably a short reverb for percussion.
Collect
For this clap.
that rebel for a fight, a light
Maybe a long for this one. Need a better one. Want something nice and long. Big warm plate, large plate. Let's try that one. There we go. Not that long. That's okay. Tell you right now, though, we're gonna need to tone shape the high end on that one. Cool. Let's see what that gets us in context.
For a fight, a light burning through the night, calling us on home.
Cool. Makes sense? You guys following me? Not moving too fast? No. Shy says no. Not following me.
It's time for
Snake.
Sneaker.
Time for the snaker. That's right. Faster. Some people are like, go, 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 faster. I just want to make sure everybody's following. Merc, why artistically the choices? Yeah, they it's actually more objective. My choices here. I'm thinking about what's up front in the mix. What is currently up front in the mix? What's taking the spotlight right now? To me, it's the vocal, right? Vocal, Eric, right? You nailed it. It's the vocal, right? So, do I need the clap to be right up front, dry in the mix, in the same place as the vocal? No, there's an opportunity there to alter that relationship and have the clap sound like they're back in the mix, right? And then the choice for the longer reverb helps to fill in the sparseness of the arrangement, right? Just kind of helps to fill in the gaps and helps to kind of glue things together, right? Is that making sense? Move on. Let's hit the snaker. Here's another one. It's in the center. So I put a note here that says width. I'm going to use just stock plugin. I'm going to change this track from a mono track to a stereo track using just a very simple delay, right? Surprise, surprise. It's a simple plugin. Boom. I'm just going to stagger it a little bit. So it's 20-second delay on the left, and then the right is right on the beat. Hear the difference there? Without, right up the center. And then with, spreads it out to the sides. Yeah, basically Haas effect, right? Yeah, exactly.
And this will be the moment if you can't hear that, you probably don't have stereo on in the Zoom settings, so go do that.
Right, and spreading that high-end energy out to the sides of the mix. This is going to help clear up the clutter that's going on in the center, right? Because what happens in the center? Kicks, snares, vocals, basses. We've got a guitar that's happening in the center, right? That's 5 things right there. We don't need the snake in the center too. We don't need other things just kind of like cluttering up that area. So let's think about where else we can put those. Some engineers might want to go and just pan it over to the left or pan it over to the right. I prefer to take a little bit more of a balanced approach and just spread it out to the sides. Hear that? Now we're starting to get some of that width into the mix, right?
Did you hear how when he changed it to, he took that off and went back to mono, how it suddenly started to sound like sibilants in the vocal? It was just like that sibilant range. It was just making the vocal sound sibilant instead of sounding like a shaker.
We're gonna do the same thing with this hi-hat loop. Same thing, I'm just gonna copy it over. And instead of delaying the left, I'll delay the right, just for variety's sake. Here's the difference. Spreading it out from the center, clearing that space out so the vocal can live there. Wow. Now this chorus starts to open up. You've got that energy happening in the sides. So instead of a pointed mix that feels like it's pointing out at you like an arrow, it's actually inversed now, right? So it's hugging you. It's all around you. It's more of an immersive experience for the listener. And you guys, yeah, Ted says mono mixes. Yeah, go ahead and switch it to mono on your end, and you can, there's hardly any difference there. Cool. Big difference. We're going to be doing that probably a little bit more throughout this mix. All right. For now, that's drums and percussion. That's what effects for drums and percussion. I don't feel the need to add any more processing or add any more spatial processing to any of those. I think everything sounds pretty good. How many moves did we make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves. I'll just do this in solo. I'll A/B this in solo so you can hear it.
Love Shack, baby, Love Shack.
Cool. You guys hearing that?
Yeah, I heard Caleb.
You hear Caleb? But you don't need to do a lot. That's the point here, guys, right? You don't need to do a lot. Just a few key things. Just like boom. Get that width. Next, let's move into instruments. What effects? Anything we need to do here? Let's see. Ooh.
You guys really all need to hear Caleb sing. I think I'm gonna have to put him on the spot and drop some links to Caleb singing.
You don't need to do that.
Yep, I do actually. Look up Bird Passengers, guys.
Somebody just asked me why I moved the plugins down like that. It was just to easily A/B them, turn them on and off. Doesn't really matter. Can you see the long reverb on the drums? Yeah, you can see the long reverb on the drums right there. I used a large plate preset. The only thing I touched was the decay time. Brought it down a little bit. I don't like to use imagers, guys. I don't like to use them because they kind of smear the sound. And they make things sound kind of like weird. You can use them on some things like synths and some elements, but
No.
that's a danger zone. That's a danger zone thing.
I use imagers, but I also know that it's going to impart some character. It's going to make things kind of almost modulate a little bit sometimes. So on a synth, that might be great. On stuff you need clarity on, that's not the right move.
Cool. We're gonna keep chugging along here, guys. Fuzz in the intro. Are those drums hitting harder? Just like slamming now, right?
Collective devils that revel for a light
Wants to turn that clap sample up a little bit.
burning through the night, calling us on home.
Quick balance.
This is our sign.
All right, let's do some of this stuff. Let's get this chorus lead out. I've got width. All right. That is going to be a good. Let's use something from Waves. Let's use like the doubler. It's just a bad track.
Quit polishing that turd, says James.
I know.
That would be definitely something I would push back on 100%.
Let's do basic doubler preset.
Someone in chat, just please re-record that guitar and send it to us real quick.
Real quick.
Just kidding. I bet Zach really would, actually, huh?
Shaky? What's shaky? Oh, that's cool. So making it a little bit more stereo.
This is our sign.
This makes it like doubles it out, makes it a little bit and actually pushes it, has to take a step back in the mix, pushes it out to the sides.
Yes, this is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive. This is our crime. The final nail in our coffin of all that.
That's where it's going to be. That's all I have to say about that. Let's do this chorus right here. Again, I'm taking the same mindset here, right? There's a ton of stuff right up the center. I just want to make it modulate, use some of the stereo field in a responsible way so that our listeners can be happy, our listeners can be titillated.
Hate that word.
You love that word.
Yeah.
What do we say here, guys? Waves, in terms of like chorus. Anybody? Taking suggestions. Merck said Brower motion. Let's do it. Look at that. Look at that simple plugin. You got my number, Merck. You know exactly what I like.
I was just gonna say, you, Jake, if you wanted to keep it simple, just find a preset in the
Yeah.
HLA.
Yeah. Let's launch the rocket, Lucy Page. She says, let's launch the rocket. Yeah, no, dude, guys, I'm just yanking your chains. Know your plugins. It's cool, but it's making me dizzy. Let's try this Rhodes Tram. Seems pretty cool. Whoa, nope. This vibraphone quarter trip. Oh God. Stop laughing at me. Ted says try 4 left, 4 right. Is that a preset that I'm missing? Oh, here's some choruses. Guitar chorus. Oh. Cool.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. Fly for life. This is our cross.
Right? And dude, this is just a supporting role. This is something to create motion. We have to remember what the purpose of this arrangement element actually is, or what we're making it in this case as the mixing engineer, right? The purpose of this arrangement element is movement, is motion, is to create more texture and to create variety in the chorus. Those are the things that I'm thinking of when I'm mixing this, right?
The
So
goal
do
is you want the listener to feel it, but not be distracted by it.
Exactly. 100% felt but not heard, almost, right?
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We will fly for this is our cry. The final nail in our coffin.
Oh,
It actually clears up a ton of space. That's actually great.
ton of space, dude. Awesome. Love it. Cool. Good call on the Browerizer. Scared me at first, but we got there. What are we going to do with this chorus? This chorus guitar bite here. What's that?
Were you on sample delay on this?
I think so. Just to make it easy, right? Bam. Let's get that right out of the way.
We are saved by our maker.
There's the energy that I've wanted in that chorus. Right there. That energy is being carried by that bite. Up until this point, it's just been slammed right up the center. Now we've opened it up, got it in stereo.
This is our sign.
Listen to that. Listen, without and then with. There's like that high end. It was really kind of like that grittiness and that bite and the high end that I wanted in that chorus section, right? So let's just roll from the verse into the chorus.
This is our sign. We are saved.
Energy and the excitement is there. Now that impact is there. It just kind of raises the excitement, right? Raises the energy levels. Love it. It's the purpose. Cool, man.
Yeah, you can hear the high notes in the bass better too. That gritty, the gritty part.
Yeah, clears everything out of the center there. Let's see what we can do with this silly fuzz. How about some H delay, guys?
Hmm.
Holy. I think H delay is on my short list. Stop. Right, just wanted to hear some stereo information there. Wanted to fill in some of the gaps. Cool. I think that works for me. I'm just
Yeah.
rebalancing that a little bit.
It's also giving it some depth too, which is always great.
Yeah, especially for this flat, like fuzz guitar, right? Cool. I'm in. Let's do that in the bridge.
It's a great move.
I'm not going to overcomplicate that. I'm just going to copy it right over to the bridge. you shut up, you. You got like this, you know what I envision is like the guitar player like finally gets his moment and he's like, and then the vocalist like steps in front of him and goes, shine. Just trying to like take the attention. So there's a reason why I separated those vocals out.
Yeah, we
Here.
should heavily affect those. Those should be back up to
Yeah.
So the
This-
vocal now becomes a synth or a pad, right? That's the intention, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Just like big, we'll toss the Caleb Spatial on it and we'll just make it nice and big.
Hey, watch out.
Massive, right? Funny. All right. So we haven't used any of our reverb boxes on guitars, and I typically won't, to be honest. Like with a lot of rock stuff, I don't use a lot of reverb. It really depends on the song, though. But you know, maybe 80% of the time, I usually just let guitars be pretty dry.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life.
This is really the work we've done right here.
That is right.
Yep, just made it wider. Right? Everybody's favorite piano. Wait, we'll get to that. Synth first.
Collective devils that revel for a fight.
I think we can make that kind of like give that kind of like a gluey kind of pad kind of approach.
Yep,
You had the same, you on the same track?
totally.
Yeah. Like long reverb. See what it sounds like.
Through the night, calling us on.
Now it does you know, add some amplitude there. So
Maybe EQ that a little bit too.
yeah, I'm gonna rebalance it and then take the high end out.
Collective devils.
Gross. Tone shape.
That revel for
And instead of shelving that, I'm just gonna low pass it.
a fight. A light burning through the night, calling us on home.
Okay with me. I don't feel the need to overcomplicate that and tweak that forever. It's pretty good. Let's warm up that piano.
Please, for the love of God, do something with that piano.
Oh, let's see what we can do. Delete. Sorry, I had to. It's too easy.
Bye.
But I think that sounds good. To be honest, like giving it like a longer kind of space.
That's what I was thinking. Just it needs it, or it's just like this, like really shrill, like
Gross.
terrible piano part. It should be more like pad, a plucky little pad thing. I think.
It's like somebody like plugged the output of a Casio Privia into the interface and just went with it, went to town.
Imagine that guy in the studio. They're like, hold on, guys, I got it.
Boom. I know, one finger.
Dun, dun. You guys
know,
love it. Love it. I just love it.
you
Okay,
know,
whatever.
you joke, but sometimes like those are the moments that we also really love about some music, right? It's just like the little one, the simplest little thing, right? Can be the hook that makes you fall in love with a song. Right?
Yeah, think of how many iconic parts were just like very simple. But
Ah.
in this case, I make fun of it a little
Yeah, you have to.
because it's not very iconic.
We gotta have fun here. Yeah, it depends on what the history books. It ends up in the history books. Let's turn it up now. I just want to check that and some other portions of the song.
that is right.
I like it.
Some like
What's that?
I like it now.
Yeah, not bad.
that is
I can't get that image out of my head now. The singer just trying to step into the spotlight.
He's writhing on the ground.
My band! My band!
He's doing circles on the ground. No spotlight for you. No soup for you.
So guys, I did something a little weird today for me, for my workflow anyway. Usually I go straight over to the vocals. I'll do drums, and then right over to the vocals. Right. Today, I don't know, feeling a little silly. Just for no reason. I went and I did the instrumentation. Probably because there was so much to be done, like so much to kind of be fixed for the guitars themselves, right? To move out of the way for the vocals so we can actually clearly hear them and start from a decent bass line, right? If that makes sense. So let's do some vocal processing. What do you think? We're going to start with this backing vocal. First thing I want to do is get this out of the way. I'm going to do the same thing. Easy peasy, sample deleasy.
this is a sign.
Better make that stereo.
That sounded like
This is
everything,
a
everything. for a sec.
sign.
What's that?
That sounded like an everything vocal for a sec with that plug-in on.
Totally
Yeah.
did.
So I use like all like mono plugins here. This might be a pain in the butt. Use the doubler instead. From Waves.
This is a sign.
Spread this vocal way out.
This is a sign.
Still coming out center, right?
This is a sign.
There. Let's do, I'm gonna go back to that. Maybe basic double. Ooh, double or four voices. Let's try that.
Who had
This is
3:22 Central
awesome.
Time for when Rob got back?
Yeah.
Everybody's been waiting, Rob.
Yeah.
I have returned.
3:22.
I'm slightly sleepy.
This is
I just had, like any dads out there, put the kids to bed, accidentally have a little nap.
Oops.
Oh yeah, depends on how comfortable your chair is.
Oh, cuddle
We've
time.
got like a double bed just so that we can actually lie down properly.
Smart.
One's for dads.
One's for dads. All right.
The hero. One's for moms. One's for moms. Like 100 million ones for moms. You guys are the real stars. Yes. Yes, yes,
You
yes.
precious dads.
I went upstairs on the break, got a little bit of this, and it made my day.
Oh,
I can keep doing the music.
I feel sick.
feels sick. I feel sick.
Are you eating that baby?
Yeah,
How are you eating that baby?
I ate Rob while you
random.
just so you can catch up on the joke, Rob.
Brilliant.
Oh, is that? I forgot to turn my video. I did wonder if like just the empty fake studio would just be sat there the whole time.
Rob, I
For
was
everyone to see.
terrified that you didn't know your camera was off and that we'd have some error.
Error.
I was so scared.
Pull a Dane.
Oh no.
You know what would have been really cool? If secretly this wasn't an image, it was like a video, and I did something really creepy, like walked out and then something ripped out. I might do that.
That would have been cool.
That'll be the next challenge. A reason to come back next time.
Stay tuned. Our special effects are getting better.
Join VIP.
Yeah.
Rob's just like in the background screaming at his family.
Go to sleep.
I bloody told you I was working.
That's your best impression.
That's pretty good, Michael.
Thanks.
Sounded like, who was that? Jack the Ripper or something?
Oh gosh.
We have fun. We have fun.
Oh yeah, we have a good time. Talking about spreading this vocal out.
We are maker, live life alive.
This is still going through. I don't want to have to change all those plugins. Let's
Bounce it.
yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I either have to reroute it or bounce it, so I'm just gonna go ahead and bounce it.
Commit.
I don't have a problem with that. What's up, buddy? Good morning.
Kind of nice those waveforms are now.
Yeah. Look at that. Being destructive with it too. Just destroy. Oh,
Yeah, he was just bouncing down a mono track that had a bunch of mono plugins on it so that he could make this stereo and actually utilize the tools that he's trying to do.
This is our sign. We are saved by our maker. This is our
I don't like that one.
It does sound like everything, Dean.
This is our sign.
No, it's still going straight up the center. Interesting.
Is that a glitch?
This is our sign. We are saved by
There's nothing
our
on
maker.
the bus that's summing to mono or something, is there?
These are all stereo. Oh, maybe. Is sibilant a mono?
It's a stereo.
Stereo.
If you can see it says at the bottom S.
Mono. There it
There you
is.
go.
Brighter. Son of a gun.
Just switch it to dual mono. That should.
Amateur hour. Come on.
Come on.
Fine.
Yeah, but now where's my?
Oh,
Now you have to.
Oh, good.
Saw that hours ago.
This is our sign. We are saved.
That's better.
Hello.
Good call. Hello.
there we go.
This is our sign.
Thanks, Rob.
I only know that because I've done that far
So-
too many times to count.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive.
So check this out, guys. Again, same concept.
This is our sign.
2,
This is our sign.
right? Getting it out of the middle.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive. This is our cry. The final.
All right. Vocal wet effects. Let's do this thing. Vocal short verb. We're just going to set up some routing here first. Long verb. Short delay. Long delay. Cool. First one is going to be, let's work on the chorus first. First one's going to be more felt than heard. Short verb.
This is our sign.
Right? Just to get this in a sense of space.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive. This is our cry. The final nail in our coffin. Oh, that is right.
I don't like that. Change it. Let's do flat plate long. Let's see what that sounds like.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker.
A little bit of tone shaping here.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive. This is our cry. The final nail in our coffin. Oh, that is right. This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive. This is our cry. The final nail in our coffin.
So I added a little bit of short reverb to that vocal just to bring in some width. All right, I'm going to tone shape that just a little bit.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive.
Let's try a little bit of long delay in there too, fill in the gaps. Nice and open and epic.
This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive. This is our cry. The final nail in our coffin. Oh, that is right. This is our
Sounds pretty good for a chorus. I think we're solid. We'll dial in a few more for the verse.
Collective devils that revel for a fight, a light burning through the night, calling us on home. This is our sign. We are saved by our Maker. We live life alive.
See how this rolls into the verse.
Oh, that is right. Light of sunlight glow through cloudy skies.
All right, I'm gonna do like a cool little effect for this verse. Unless you guys don't want to see it. It's up to you. How about 1342 if you want to see
Man,
you
they're
want to see this cool little effect. How do you guys do this so fast? Like I'm really like expecting it to take a second, but like people are almost like inside of my head knowing what number I'm gonna say.
I'm pretty sure like you didn't even finish saying that until
I'll say one thing, Jake. They're all fans of you, but if you make one misstep, they're on down your throat like crazy. On that delay thing, you almost lost half the crew here.
Bro, this group has,
They had the
has
pitchforks.
got like swords or like those
Yeah.
long like we can talk Black Panther, right? That just came out. They got like these long like spears just like at my throat.
Dude, the pitchforks were out the second you brought the delay.
Wow. Tough audience. This is the toughest Fix the Mix audience I think we've had.
It's good.
It's so funny.
Keep you in check.
Yeah, you guys keep me in check. All right. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna create a new aux track. We're gonna do a little something a little fancy. Oh, massive reverb. Gonna call that. Just do a little routing here. Stick with me, guys. Carry over some settings. I don't need to overcomplicate this stuff. Churches. Cathedral. Wait. I usually like to pick my presets just simply based on their names, and this one just resonated with me. Very large cathedral. Nice. Going for it. Dial that in.
Lines
Very large. Ready?
of sunlight glow through cloudy skies. My eyes real
Cool.
Nice laugh.
We're gonna sidechain this. We're gonna duck this reverb, this super aggressive reverb, out of the way for the lead vocal when the lead vocal comes in, and then in the gaps, this reverb is just gonna slowly fill in the space. Okay. This is exactly, Juan. Exactly. You called it. This is what we're gonna use in the bridge also. Shine. Right?
Yeah. Right.
Exactly. So, sidechain. Oh, we're gonna verse LV. Cool. I'm gonna start this on an 8:1 ratio. And we're going to do a fast attack, auto release, see what that gets us.
Lines
Nothing.
of sunlight glow through cloudy skies. My eyes realize that all this world conforms to no sides.
We could probably make that super aggressive for the cut through.
Lines of sunlight glow through cloudy skies. My eyes realize that all this world conforms to no sides. Light of sunlight glow through cloudy skies. My eyes realize that all this world conforms to no sides.
I'm going to use another free plugin. Just a quick chorus plugin. This is the Tal Chorus LX. Just to add some texture to that.
Lines of sunlight glow through cloudy skies. My eyes realize that all this world
So that sounds like this one.
calm, collective devils that revel for a fight.
More felt than heard, right? Just adding a little bit of atmosphere. You guys with me right now? Yeah, okay. Things went a little bit quiet in the chat section. Okay.
Austin, how dreamy that was.
Certain numbers. I was just gonna say, I love that we've trained them all to just answer in numbers.
Yeah.
You don't even know.
Once it's time slowed down.
They're all just digitally brainwashed.
Yeah. It's funny. Cool. Let's do these bridge vocals and then I'll bounce this out. You know, we'll check it against the reference. We'll bounce it out and I don't know, you want to have Dane master it?
Yeah, we should have Dane remaster it again.
Yeah,
Compared
totally.
to the first master, eh?
Yeah, definitely. I think so.
But still, what we want to do here, finish this up, but then we want to bring in the reference and we're going to compare it against that, go through it a couple times, take some notes, just refine it a little bit more. That process could go on a little longer than we'll probably do, but we'll get it pretty close and then we'll have Dane master it.
Yeah, totally. This freaking guy. Shine. Shine. Can't get that image out of your head now, can you?
It's rude for me.
right? Just adding it as a texture in the background. I don't feel the need to like put that up in volume or anything like that, or like increase the level. I think we're in pretty good shape here, guys. I think we're pretty good. What do you think? You want to hold it up against a reference track?
Let's take 5 and then do that, and then we'll finish it up.
Okay, so this is what we'll do. Coming up. All right. Reference check. And then gain.
Dane.
This one. And don't forget, we also have VIP questions.
Oh, that's true. We also opened up a few more slots if we've had a ton of people sign up for calls. So if you want to sign up for a
Nice.
call, this break's a good time to do it. We'll squeeze you in. We want to talk to you if you want to talk to us.
I'll field some more questions on the reverse engineer over break if anybody is
Yep.
around and curious. I'll keep posting that link too.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks, Michael.
Yep. And the dead wood's gone again. If you guys have any questions on the reverse engineer, feel free to pop them in the chat. Explain more about walking through setting up room and hardware. It's going to depend case by case basis. Depends on what your room is, what the shape is like, what kind of treatment you already have, if how your room's oriented and stuff. So some of that can be standardized based on like reflection points on the walls and stuff, but some of it has to be on a case by case basis. How much do we go into how the plugins actually work? That's an interesting question. I mean, mostly everything's some sort of packaging of like EQ, compression, limiting, saturation, reverb. If you kind of understand, and delay, if you understand those things, that's like the more complicated the plugin, that's what you saw Jake doing. Like the more complicated the plugin, the more work it's probably doing that you should be kind of doing yourself. And that's kind of how we teach it. We're just taking a 5-minute break by the way, guys. No, you don't have to use the same plugins that we use. That's the point. You should be able to use your stock plugins and be able to get industry standard sound. If you understand how the plugins work, if you understand what compression is, what EQ is, then it doesn't matter what plugin you're using, you should be able to get industry standard sound. Like expanding those plugins, you could get different flavors of compressors and things like that. But as far as like getting industry standard quality, getting what's inside of your head out, it doesn't, you should be able to do that with stock plugins. Again, guys, if you didn't get a chance to book a call, I'll keep putting that in the chat. When does the course start? So it's rolling enrollments. So we enroll all times of the year. So you can join at any time. I love this question. What if you produce electronic music? Can it be tailored towards any style of music? That's the beauty of having something that's objective based. Genres don't matter. Frequencies and volume are frequencies and volume, regardless of the genre you're working in. If you know how to manipulate frequencies and volume, then it doesn't matter if you're working with an EDM piece. It doesn't matter if you're working with a classical piece. You're going to be able to get industry standard sound. You'll be able to get what's inside your head out. That's the secret. So when you go on YouTube and you say like how to master an EDM track, you're already going down the wrong rabbit hole.
Yeah, guys, nobody in this industry cares about certifications or diplomas or anything. Nobody cares about that.
Name one producer that you know, a famous producer, and where they got their degree from. I'm sure someone's gonna know. And they're
yeah,
like, oh, I got you.
Yeah, exactly. Look what you've done.
But this is the point. Like you have to jump through all of these hoops to get accreditation. That's why the curriculum takes so long to adapt, because you have to get it approved by the accreditation boards. all for the sake of having a piece of paper that says, I know how to produce music. No one is going to care about that. The fact that we can keep our education, our curriculum nimble, we can constantly adapt it, we can constantly change it because we're not beholden to an accreditation board. Sure, you don't get a piece of paper that says you know how to make music, but your music itself will speak to that.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never like not had a client. I've never had a client say, oh, well, you don't have a certification. So
Mhm.
I don't think I'm going to do this job with you. You know, I don't think
Yeah, and Spotify never hit me up and said, I'm not going to put you on this playlist because you don't have a degree in.
or like a music library or like not sync my stuff because I didn't have a certification. Right.
Yeah, and no, it's still a good question because like if you think about in employment, like let's say you want to go get a job at a studio, then if you want proof of certification that you completed the program, the proof should be in your music, but then we're always happy to provide some sort of documentation that you did it as well.
Yeah. Ultimately, like we're not going to say no if you want something that just has our signatures on it or something.
Yeah.
We're happy to do that. I'm just
I'll call-
I'm just relating my experience, right?
Yeah, you could put me down as a reference. Is there help on the business side of things? Yes. So there's a couple of weeks of actual business education going out and getting your first clients in the program itself. And then we're also expanding the universe of what we're offering as well. We're starting to roll out some electives that you can also add on, which will be more business focused or more specific niches for music production. So yeah, that's something we're focused on now. But if you did do the reverse engineer, there's 3 weeks dedicated to going out and actually getting clients as well. Oh, Jake, I don't know how you do it, man. I'm exhausted. I haven't done anything.
Yeah, I'm on the Juan. He's on that decaf. No, yeah, it is decaf. Decaf. It's a thermos. I just keep this full of decaf all day. I just keep going upstairs and filling it up. Come back down.
Jane asked, is it flexible? Or are there deadlines? It's flexible. Yeah, it's all self-paced. So you get a year.
But
Goes
dude,
through
like
pretty
you
slow.
have to like the important thing that I want you to like understand is pacing and momentum,
Mhm.
right? So like if you're going like this and then you drop off and you give up for a couple months and then you come back in and go like this and then you drop off and give up for a couple months, like that doesn't work. So like you just have to come into this thing and be ready to work, right? Be ready to put the work in and you will see the results, right? Yeah, Aaron, exactly. You get out what you put in.
That is a beer, Zach. A root beer.
Oh,
Nice.
Zero sugar. And now
Ah,
that I've shown it, nothing has ever made me feel so old and lame. So what's,
AW.
what's older and lamer than zero sugar root beer? That's the Caleb special right there.
That's the Caleb special.
Cheers. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
cheers.
It's late enough here that I can actually have a drink.
Thanks for
Yeah,
explaining.
really, really.
It's early enough here that I can
Just
still have one.
Glass of red. I'm making Italian food for some friends tonight. Probably get a bottle of red.
nice.
Oh, what time?
Yeah, you coming? Hop on a flight.
I'm missing out. This is normally date night, so I thought restaurant, glass of wine.
Yeah,
My date's with you guys tonight.
Aw. That's sweet. My heart's all aflutter.
Simone, I'll get a Chianti just in honor of you.
Nice.
Should have a fix the mix party where we all drink throughout the full fix the mix. And
I don't know if that's like that.
at the
Well,
end of the
you
year,
even need to do some
look
like.
at the people love it. The
I
people
guess we
want
can
that to
do
happen.
it. We can do it after midday quite easily. Midday
Yeah.
mountain time wouldn't be too late here,
Mhm.
and then it feels somewhat acceptable.
The mix ends up it's
Do like
just one sine wave. It's just we just declick the song until it becomes a sine wave.
I
I'll
love
start
that,
as
like-
early as you guys want to start.
Ready?
Yeah.
You've had the alcoholics having the floor. You ready to move on?
Yeah, I know.
Into that?
For real. All right, guys and gals. Let's just do a quick reference check here, see what we got, see if we need to make any adjustments before I kick it off to Dane for some mastering, okay?
This is a sign we are saved by our maker.
Gotcha.
That's so bad.
Who did I get? Did I get anybody?
This is a saved by our maker. Get up and fight. We've gotta get a cry. Final is within us.
So the one thing that I'm hearing here that's like that stands out the most to me is the overall bass boost.
Yep. Totally.
Overall bass boost. And that's not necessarily coming from the kick drum, right? This is coming from like a sub in the bass. It's coming from low end in the bass guitar.
Yep.
Because it's happening across the board, right? Am I going to change my mix? Probably not, like to be honest, right? Just so we can kind of keep moving. But I mean, if I were to just quickly like address that without going too deep down a rabbit hole, it would be something like, where's my EQ? That'd be something just like, oh, that's not shelf. Just be like something like that.
This is a sign we are saved by our maker. We live life alive. Smash. This is how I can handle this, but within our coffin.
Really apparent in that one. Get Up and Fight has a lot of sub content. Right. So without like kind of digging through everything and like bringing the kick up and bring the bass up and then like digging into individual tracks and stuff like that, I would say this is like, would you guys say this is within an acceptable range in terms of like lows, low end, just overall frequency curve?
Objectively, it is.
Yeah,
And
I
you
think
can
so.
probably throw a little bit more on the master. Patrick asks a good question. I know the purpose of referencing, but does that not make every song sound the same? No, the idea of a reference isn't to make it sound the same. It's just to check against an objective standard for just very objective things like balance and just making sure you're in the same ballpark. And that will definitely leave enough room for things to be different instruments, different, obviously, parts and everything.
Mhm. Take a look here. That's my poopy mix. Don't look at my poopy mix. Here's ours on the top. Here are these. And objectively, we're kind of seeing that slope, that downward trending slope, right?
This is a sign we are saved by our Maker. We live life alive. This is our cry.
Look at that.
Yeah.
All right, we can clearly. I want to keep that up there.
Just wasted energy down there.
Yep.
This is a sign we are saved.
Something else is doing that.
This is a sign.
Right on.
This is a sign.
Cool. Let's bounce it out.
You're up, Dane.
I'll do this offline. Cool. You guys should no longer be able to see my screen. Is that right?
That's right.
Confirmed? Confirmed?
Confirmed.
This is always fun watching Dane under the clock.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a couple rules for Dane here. First off, we want him to do a great job on the master, total industry standard quality, but also, like I said earlier, we get our mastering students to get to where they can master a track in 10 to 15 minutes. So we're going to have Dane do it in just 10 minutes and show you how that is actually going to happen.
Mariana, time for you to shine.
If I don't do it in 10 minutes, I'll sing opera for everyone. How about that?
Yes.
There we go.
We did that one time, which was if Dane didn't get it in under 15 minutes, we gave away a free spot of a reverse engineer.
Yeah.
Dane pulled it off.
I think it was 10 minutes though.
Was it 10?
Yeah.
But this time you get opera. If you
15
didn't.
Way too long. No, and it's not speed. Again, it's not speed for the sake of speed. It's not showing off. It's actually speed because that's really all the time you need to master a track if you know what you're doing and you have good ears. And it's good to work quickly and decisively and keep the fresh ears through the whole process.
43% uploaded, Dane.
All righty.
Keep an eye on our Slack channel.
I'll keep the official time because there's a bunch of jabronis last time who were like, "Oh, I started when he started talking." It's not how this works. Keep the time.
Jabronis.
You know what that word means, actually.
Any Always Sunny fans? Anyone watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? That's what jabroni makes me think of.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, I don't, but I feel like I would
Jabroni.
like that. I didn't know they had that over there in the
What? Netflix?
no television.
We just like
No Wi-Fi.
attach a TV to the back of our horse and cart.
Yeah. Bloody good American humor.
We have to like sit and pedal to keep the power going while we watch TV.
Yay, downloading signs.
Jake, does your neck hurt with the monitor so high up all day? If you got two monitors above and below instead of left and right, is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Now
need to
my neck would hurt a lot more on the side like this. Twisting this around all day.
According to Urban Dictionary, jabroni is someone who sucks. I love that.
Nice.
That's it.
Someone who sucks. So funny.
You ready, Dane?
Just about. Just getting my audio preferences swapped here for everyone. Sound check really quick.
Got the timer.
Hang on, don't start it yet.
Patrick said, "Awesome course. I'm only fuzzy on a few points. Could I get you guys to start over on day one?"
Sure. You can find that in the classroom.
It's my favorite thing. What did I miss?
Yeah.
You guys getting that?
Yep.
All right.
Who's got a stopwatch?
I got it.
Wait a minute. I need that reference, don't I? Don't start it yet.
Importing reference on your own time, Chief.
Where is this? Go for
Someone says clock's ticking.
I think we start it now.
All right.
Not our fault
Starting.
if Dane load importing.
So it's going.
All right. So be it. You might get opera. All righty. Go ahead and bring these down. Oh. Actually, it's a little bit more. Okay, just a warning. I'll just take the volume down here, I guess.
5 minutes and 17 seconds in.
No talking, please. JK, you're chime in.
We live life alive. This is our crime. The final nail in our coffin of all that is right by our maker. This is a sign we are saved by our maker. We live life alive. This is our crime.
I'm gonna put this here just so I can get a readout on where I'm at.
This is a sign we are saved by our maker.
Cool. Do.
This is a sign we are saved by our maker. We live life alive.
Usually I like to do one just before it.
We'll answer a few questions after Dane's done with the challenge here, guys.
This is a sign we are saved by our maker. We live life. This is a sign we are saved by our maker. We live life alive. This is our crime. The final nail in our coffin. All that is right. This is a sign we are saved by our maker. We live life alive.
Minute and a half left.
You've gotta get up and fight. This is our crime.
I'm good.
Yep. Nailed it.
8:46,
Good job, Dane.
folks.
Nice,
Not even
Dane.
close.
Hear it for Dane.
That was a good mix.
Woo.
Nice job, dude.
Definitely enhanced it though. You could probably carve out like a little bit of 500 is the only thing I saw, but it's like very minor.
I would just compared to the reference though,
Yeah, it's about the same.
seems to
Good up for Dan.
there's just a lot more power in his vocal. So to be fair,
Right.
Yeah.
I left that in, but yeah.
Get a 95614 for Dan.
Oh, wait. 95614.
Holy gosh.
That's the crazy thing. I'm still looking for my keyboard and there's a full screen of 95614s. Are you guys just
That-
like
That
hovering
is
over
incredible.
waiting for us to say a number? Incredible. 902. Very good. Yeah.
How about an AB with the poopy mix?
Oof. Can't we
Before you
just-
do the poopy mix, I was just gonna say, as like coming into like this challenge for so many people, they always talk about like the dark art of mastering and like how difficult all this is. And we watched hundreds of thousands of YouTube videos and stuff. And in 8 minutes and 46 seconds, Dane did that. Like to all the outsiders like who don't know how to do this yet, it's not hard if you have the proper education. You go through these steps. Like it still blows my mind personally. So just I don't know.
Great job, Dean. Will you pull in the poopy mix for us?
Oh, sure. If you must. You know, I don't know that I saved a master of that, by the way. I think I buried that deep in the earth's. So I think I just have the mix.
That's okay.
Let me see if I can find where I put that. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Here we are.
For the better.
Shall we put the same chain and see what happens?
No.
I don't want it louder. I want it quiet.
There it is. To be fair, I'll bring this up. Okay.
Maybe just a limiter, right?
Yeah, to be fair, I'll just put this guy on.
Turn it up.
And it's E-mastered.
Yeah, it's E-mastered now.
Mm-hmm.
There's the snake oil.
Yikes.
That
Yeah,
sad little bass line tucked in the back is just
So I think you'll get it.
Good job, Dean. Well done.
Yeah, very well done.
All right, let's go to VIP questions.
Do you want me to explain the routing really quick? Because we did tease that in the previous.
Sure.
It'll take 2 seconds. Yeah, guys, really all it is so you can set this up, route this just like this in any DAW. All I have is an EQ auxiliary channel here, and I've created a lane for that. And the lane is mostly for when you have an album that you want to master and get the volume consistent going into your compression, because you don't want any songs over compressing and then have others that are not hitting the compressor at all. So that's the main reason behind having a lane up here. If I'm mastering a single, really all of this EQ and compression auxiliary channel is for is so that I can see and monitor the output volume coming out of that processing. So that's all it is. These are just like you would have like effects returns, except I'm actually routing the output of my main mix here into the input of the EQ. And then I'm routing the output of the EQ into the input of the compressor channel. And then the compressor channel routes out to the final stereo output. That way I can monitor and see, like, after I've done EQ, like, does this sound better, right? I can kind of like volume match if I want to, or just, I mean, very utilitarian. It's just to see, like, how much volume have I gained? You know, am I going to clip here? If you're, you know, if you have a mix that's within 6 decibels, has that headroom, then you shouldn't have to worry about that. But sometimes you have to deal with, you know, mixes that require a lot more moves, and so you could potentially you know, get up and close to digital zero. And so that's just a way to monitor that going into my compression. And I also want to feed my compression a healthy level. So if I needed to, I could just bring it down here, right, with my EQ channel. So hopefully that answers that. Can you talk about the chain? Less about the chain, more about the thought process, right? So I can use waves, I can use UAD, I can use plugin boutique or even stock stuff if I wanted to. It's more about Kramer tape, right? Is sort of just saturation, adding a little bit of character, adding a little bit of vibe. It's also doing a little bit of transient control. Tape saturation has a way of adding a little bit of bump in the low end. just a nice little like warm bump that I felt like it could use. And then yeah, EQ before compression. I mean, I think most of you guys know that. And the thought process is, what am I missing? What is needed? That's really all it is to it, that there is to it. And so I noticed a deficiency, and we all talked about this. There was a deficiency in the low end. So I added low end, right? Like there's nothing magical here about that. It's just bridging the gap between where the reference is, what they're wanting, what the client wants first and foremost. I'm not injecting, a lot of my own artistic preferences in terms of an EQ curve. I'm injecting what's needed based on what the client wants this to sound like. Right. So.
Yep. And it's no different if you have a whole album. They're all on the same track, and we're actually solving a puzzle to actually, for the most part, EQ and compress them exactly the same, even though they're slightly different, which takes a little explaining, but it is the process we go through to get things sounding consistently. It just takes a little bit of cleverness to find the sweet spot for the whole album without having to do too much automated or individual work on tracks. But yeah, that's what we do.
And in terms of like, why did I use this compressor? Why did I use this limiter? I've gone back and forth between different compressors for different reasons. And honestly, a lot of it is just these are tried and true. This SSL G bus compressor has been used on countless records, rock and pop and hip hop, etc. And it's just there's a certain sound to it. And you have to use these things over and over again and like cross over between one or the other. I've had a mentor that's shown me a certain compressor limiter. The FGX, for example, is that by Slate? Caleb?
Yeah, Slate.
I don't use it. He loves it. I haven't found that I really like it. And so you just develop a preference for these things. There's no, this is the gold standard. It's just like what is needed. Right. So hopefully that's helpful.
Cool. Hey, let's dig into some of these questions. We got one from Dan V here. The tracks imported into my DAW are not syncing up. I imported them as is and also tried beat mapping them. Neither version played in sync. Any suggestions? Yeah, make sure you're at 44.1 sample rate. If it could be a number of things, man, but that's like the first thought that comes to mind, is that maybe the sample rates aren't matched up. Maybe your DAW is in 48, change it to 44.1, see if that helps. Vet, are you using sound correction tools? Abbey Road Studio 3 versus SonarWorks. Do you have it as a last plugin on the master bus? So when you say sound correction tools, you mean EQ compensation tools, right? Compensation for the room not having a flat frequency response. Yes, we use those. We like SonarWorks. And yes, we put it as the last plugin on the master bus.
It's a great plugin. Even the $1 million studio down the road uses it just for that little bit of accuracy.
Yeah, they're killer. Nicole, what is the best way and what is most important to take notes on a mix and master? Is there a form or spreadsheet that can be shared that people have used? Nicole, if you're in the chat, do you think you can elaborate a little bit?
Like a client form for them to fill out?
Yeah, we help build client forms with our students. We talk a lot about communication with clients actually in the program. I've mentioned it before, but it is really a make or break principle. If you have great communication, you can really solve a lot of problems for yourself and deliver a better product for people. Yep. So those types of things are great. We do help build those in the program. If you do, are you talking about notes for the client? Yeah, you just just write a few paragraphs of things, low-hanging fruit that you could give to a mix engineer that they could fix in the mix, and that they can send you a new bounce that you could master to a higher level.
Yeah,
Just
and go ahead.
So I was just gonna say heads up too for anyone looking into SonarWorks. If you do come on board the reverse engineer, we get a huge discount on SonarWorks. So it's like 60% off or 50% off or something. So if you have a call booked and you're thinking about coming on board, hold off on SonarWorks because we get a huge discount with them.
Not
Yeah.
only do we do a huge discount, but we do a massive week filled with getting your listening environment tuned and
Yep.
dialed with that.
Not only does it help tune your speakers, but it also gives room analysis that we can use to help you remotely get a room that you can trust. It's part of the science behind what we do to get you there.
Nicole says notes for the mastering engineer, or even for yourself, for reminding yourself what you did and why. You know, as you evolve as an engineer, you don't really do that kind of stuff for yourself, you know, as reminders for yourself because you're so in tune to the process, right? But for a mastering engineer, yeah, simple notepad is fine. You know, simple email. Aaron, knowing what you know now, what one piece of info about being in the music industry would you tell yourself 10 years ago?
Get a mentor and find good education.
I wish I would have. Yeah, I wish I would have found a mentor earlier on.
I spent so much time thinking I was too cool for school, not humble enough to get help. That's the honest truth.
I actually never stop learning is actually legit, like why pros become pros is because like the minute you are not coachable, you'll just fall behind. And honestly, like it won't take long before kids who were starting out like 5 years ago or 4 years ago are like beating the pros of today if they're not willing to keep up.
Tell myself, what would I tell myself 10 years ago? 2012.
The world doesn't really end in December 2012.
Yeah, 2012. I would say flip the ratio of like do more, implement what you learn more. Right? Like a lot of people get caught in that again, like in consuming mode, right? The hamster wheel of YouTube and not doing something, right? Not taking any actual action,
Mm.
right? Not implementing. The ratio is all wrong, right?
You,
So,
you
like
know what's
it's easy
something?
to be in your own little bubble, and this kind of goes along with what you said, Caleb. Like it's easy to just be in your own little bubble and just like tunnel vision into like consuming, right? But expand your world, right? Start to do things, start to like start to take action, pick a lane and move in that direction, right? Seriously move in that direction. Anyway.
There's an important thing that we talked to about with a lot of like potential students who are getting ready to come on board too, and I think this is worth noting, is always learning is really good. Like you should always be learning, you should always be improving. But on the same hand, that there is a binary for where you kind of reach industry standard, where things start. Like for me, when I was making my music, it was like, it's good to say like, I'm going to keep learning. I'm always going to be evolving. That's true. But also there was a point where I hit a standard where I said, okay, I can release music and I know it's going to compete with the other people out there. Like that's attainable quicker than you think. That doesn't have to be a 20-year journey. It doesn't have to be a 10-year journey. Like you could get to that point and then keep learning from that point on. But I see a lot of people who use sort of always learn as an excuse to ever keep themselves from getting through that intermediate plateau. And I think that can be dangerous sometimes.
Yeah, I think the key is focused learning is going to exponentially shave years off your time that it's going to take you.
Implement, learn, implement, learn, implement. Most people are just like learn, implement.
Right. There's like
You know,
this,
like
there's this idea that like if I spend 5 years at the intermediate plateau, I'm like grinding it out. And that's not valuable. You know, like improving is valuable.
It's both. you got to grind it out, but you have to grind it out in the right direction.
right
When I
thing.
think back, there's like specific things that I would tell myself, and a lot of it would be like objective, subjective, using references, all of these kind of more like they're still strategic, but somewhat more kind of like hands-on things. But the reality is, the way you don't have the opportunity to actually go back 10 years time to tell yourself that, the way you replicate that is have someone who's 10 years ahead of you tell you that. So I can think of some more kind of like tangible things, but the way you would learn those things and not waste 10 years is by having the right person tell you those things. That's like that's the thing at the top of all of that it all kind of stems from, for sure. And that's not a self-serving. So join the reverse engineer. Like, genuinely, even if you don't join the reverse engineer, you need a mentor.
Yep.
If it's not us, it needs to be someone else.
We believe in this because we've done it. We all had every one of us has had mentors. Every single one of us has spent and invested a lot in mentors, actually, because you know, again, I was skeptical at first. And I didn't understand the power of it, but it totally changed my game. And I was already pretty successful, but it put it on a whole different level.
So that's funny, Aaron. You kind of answered your own question. Knowing what you know now, what one piece of info about being in the music industry would you tell yourself 10 years ago? Everything.
Yeah.
If I could just talk to myself.
Hey, mastery.com, you're sending that to hosts and panelists only? Have that for half an hour?
Joking. Someone just fire me.
You're fired. Nicole asked for reverse engineer, will you also critique, make suggestions on our music, mix and masters, or just assign examples? No. We'll give you feedback. Dane runs a music night.
Every week you'll get feedback.
Yeah, every week. Yeah.
There's a whole night dedicated to it, because that's a huge part, is getting feedback and like going through that process of really refining things. And you know what, honestly, the most valuable part of that is we give you honest feedback instead of like the feedback you get from friends and family who are always going to like your stuff. It's really hard, actually, for people to care enough to give you honest, like critical feedback in a nice way, of course. It's so rare to find someone that will do that for you. So yeah, we think there's a ton of valuable there.
Anthony asks, may we get a Waves shopping list and a completed project file so we can try to reverse engineer from nothing to what you made along with following the videos? Just watch the replays, take some notes.
Big thanks to Waves, though,
Yeah.
for hooking us up and introducing us to all you fine folks.
Tom,
There's
go
quite a
ahead.
few discounts we get being an education platform, so we can talk to you about that.
Back to the two groups of reverbs. Maybe are there 3 short reverbs, all different setup? Same for the long ones. Can't discuss, is not set up right now. Maybe I missed it. Are there 3 short reverbs, all different? Yes,
Yeah.
they're all different reverbs. That's the point, is that there's variety. Totally. Do you leave the project with all the plugins active, or do you bounce each track with inserts and send effects in a new track to save the settings or to free up PC power? No, I just leave the project with all plugins active. You know, that's where it's important to have a reliable machine, right? If you're going to be a professional in this space and create like industry standard quality music, you just have to be able to count on your machine. Nicole, given the growth of Dolby Atmos for studios, have you seen any indicate, and then it cuts off. Hold on. I'm going to turn on text wrapping. Given the growth of Dolby Atmos for studios, have you seen any indications it may become a standard for audio? Anybody care to answer that?
Maybe. We're keeping an eye on it, and I think I plan on doing some content about that in the future.
I'm still extremely skeptical myself.
It's so annoying right now.
Just come and go.
But usually like new technology starts off as kind of like a joke and then all of a sudden one day it's serious. But right now it's like obnoxious.
Is it a Blu-ray or is it streaming?
Mhm. Good analogy.
We'll see. That's it.
That's it.
That's all. That's what we got.
Oh, it's kind of sad. I hate when things are over.
Kept it brief.
All good things come to an end.
All good things come to an end. Well, hopefully we get to see more of you both in the VIP day on Friday, and hopefully, of course, if you got the call today to come and research what we're doing with the reverse engineer, hopefully we'll see you in there as well. But please stay in the community that we have set up for you in school. Keep interacting with each other. Of course, you're only going to get access to the videos for another week, but you can continue to stay there, interact, share stuff with each other, and get help from each other. And that's a big part of what's cool about this. So thank you all so much for being here, being awesome. You guys are a great group. We really enjoyed our time. Genuinely. You guys were funny and awesome, and it was just really a good time. And yeah, we had a blast. So
Yeah, it was
from
fun.
all of thank you a lot, and we hope to talk to you again down the road here.
Right on.
Thanks
Appreciate
so
you
much,
guys.
guys.